Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? It's Friday, and that means it's time for viewer levels. Yeah? You might have read the starting soon screen, so you might know what also it is time for. Hello, Yeetus. Hello, Corn, also known as Droopman. Droop, you can change your name on Twitch if you want to be. It's so. I don't know whether to call you Corn or Droopman, and your in-game name is Droopman, so it's a little. I'm gonna say either of them based on whatever I whim, randomly, essentially. Before we get into the viewer levels, just two quick things to note. First off, Majora's Mask Randomizer will be next Thursday's stream. So I saw that during SGDQ, and I said, "Oh, that looks pretty good," and the settings look pretty reasonable. It looks like they cut off some of the annoying things to get, and they make it more accessible and more fast-paced. I'm not sure how long it'll take me to do. Regular old me, not really a speedrunner, but I'll have a tracker and I'll have a thing that tells me, I'm sure what I can do and what I can't do. So, that'll be fun. Maybe I should look up a list of the things they've not, made not checked, because, I can check off those ahead of time and know where not to go. That would be good. I know beavers are not involved. You don't have to do beavers. But I don't know what else, really, you don't have to do for that setup, those rules. There's a whole week until then, though, so, I really don't have to worry until, until closer to the thing, I reckon. Was there two of them? Looks like you redeemed two, but I only saw one go by. What's up with that? Hang on, let me get you fixed up. Let me get you fixed up there. There you go. There's the other ones. Don't know why those ones got lost in the mail. Go figure. Ooh, that to be right there. Ah! So many! Yes, that is true. Wait, I have to use the button to do this. There we go. The other thing I want to do tonight, right now, before we get into the viewer levels, is we are going to upload Sunburn Sanctuary right now. This is the next level of my super world. The first level of this here. Of this here world, bonus biome. This is bonus biome 1, Sunburn Sanctuary. And I'm just gonna clear check it, and then I'm gonna upload it. I already have let me just open it in CourseBot here. I already have here the name of the level. Obviously, the name of the level has been pretty much set in stone for a while. You used up all of your channel points. Well, I hope it was worth it, Yeetus. I have here. A lot of people liked some stuff. Love mine. That's very nice. Happy to see that. Bonus Biome 1, Sunburn Sanctuary. I did consider switching it up to be Sunburn Sanctum, but I think Sunburn Sanctuary has a little bit more of that Zelda feel, It's a little clunkier, and I think Zelda's temple names are allowed to be a little bit clunky. That's part of the charm and shit. So, the plan is, and also you can see there I have a description. Be warned, this skybound temple enshrines the sun itself. Take this sword. Very Zelda. Also hits upon the fact that there's the sun is gonna be involved. I think that's a pretty good description. I don't need to do any further revision on that. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and do the clear check. This shouldn't take long. I'm gonna say it's not an easy level, but it's in World 8 after all, but I think I ought to be able to do it in one go, pretty much without taking damage. Hey, Sad Luigi, thank you for the level. And as a rule, when I clear check, I get every optional collectible as I go. You know, every 10 coin, every 30, every 50. So I will do that. In addition to, playing the level good. And I'll try to do it, like, as a regular player would, as far as, like, strats go, getting power-ups, etc. That's basically how I go about this. And anyway, here we are in the second half. Now, I'll say, last week, the first half was pretty much done. The second half, though, was just in its infancy, and you can see already a change. I made the platform made of the guys with the big munchers. Turns out that saves like a couple of objects, because I don't have to use pegs under the munchers if they're big ones. And also I think it looks pretty nice as well. You know, there's multiple benefits to it, essentially. Now, that section is pretty much like, some of the prototype stuff, but very similar to the prototype stuff, but changed a little bit. Block coins added. This last part is entirely new. Also, you got this 30 coin, which, whatever you do, yikes! the ghost will like close in on you, and I find that to be very exciting in a cool way. And that's the level pretty much. Looks good, right? What do y'all think? Was that a solid level? I'm gonna do from the checkpoint now, by the way. Now that we've done the first clear. We gotta do from the checkpoint. It's a whole two-step process for clear checking. Pretty nice level in your opinion? Thank you. With this second part, I did consider giving out a second shelmet, like midway through the level, that wasn't hidden. I decided against, first off, because I do think that players should be encouraged to, like, do some puzzle solving and actually blow through the wall. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right, that something would be hidden behind there. And also, it is World 8, so it doesn't have to be the most forgiving level in the world, I think it's allowed to be just a tiny bit mean. Just a tiny bit mean. I also have that bit there with the 4 blocks that with the 1 gap between them. That sort of harkens back to the first half of the level, which has pretty much the same pattern. I thought it would be interesting to... Oh, one more thing. If you're scared of the guy, you can hide here. If you end up losing your Link, you can get by the chain chomp by just hiding in a low place, which I think is a good thing. Good little piece of design there, just to make sure we're absolutely fair to people who lose their Link and manage to get through the bullet bill hell somehow. All right, that does it. That's clear checked, and you can see there's the thumbnail. I thought about. Wait a minute. There was 2 potential thumbnails for this, and you might be like, I went with this one, which has the bullet bills in there. I could have also gone with this one that has the chain chomps and the sun in there. Do y'all think I should... shit. Should we do a do-over and do like a thumbnail right here? What do you think? Which thumbnail do y'all prefer? This thumbnail or the one with the angry sun? The one with the angry sun is a little more... It tells you the angry sun thing ahead of time. Hey, Droopman. What do you think? Should we redo it over but with this thumbnail? Or should we keep with this one and upload as is? And please do not be influenced by the time this takes to do another clear check. It'll be done in a jiffy, you know. It'll be done before you know it. But should we? What say y'all? Mike's is a real. I respect your opinion. What do you think? Existing thumbnail or right here? And I just clear checked the existing thumbnail. So, you know, it would be faster if we did the existing thumbnail. You know what? The bullet bills, I do feel like they're a bigger part of the level. But the angry sun, though, is like the reason for the season. It's what makes the level unique. And also these chain chomp menaces aren't seen anywhere else in the super world. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Okay, this will be the thumbnail then. And we'll do over. Another clear check for ya. Be thankful that I'm happy with the rest of the level, honestly, because sometimes when I clear check, I'm just like always second guessing myself and just making a million revisions just you know, in order to get us to that point, you know, where I'm ready to upload really. With this level, see, there's the block construction, 4 blocks with 1 gap in the middle. Same deal. One thing I believe about level design is that, it's like that George Lucas quote, you know? It rhymes. Yikes! You know, it rhymes a little bit. You can use the same geometry, multiple times to make a level, like, feel cohesive, I guess? Make it feel like poetry. Like Star Wars, it rhymes. And I think that's always neat to like slip in, you know, a little bit of like patterns that repeat themselves that you recognize, or that you can recognize where, you know, when you reuse the same shapes later on, the players already on some level know how to deal with them, which I think is neat. It's just a good tip for y'all who are wondering about it. I could also lower that thing so it's in like... You know what? Let's upload it as is. I was about to say like, oh, I could do a design change right now. But you know what? Why don't I just leave it as is, and then we'll if any changes really need to be made, they can be made on they can be made like after the level is uploaded. Fuck! I didn't get the 30. Look, I always have to get all the... Oh, also I was just... Wait, is this still clear checked? Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit, I didn't know that. If you don't make any changes and just change the thumbnail, apparently it doesn't... Is that right? Well... I guess I'm good. Okay, so that's a Link themed level. Or standard level. Let's go with standard Link. There we go. Standard Link. That sounds right. I know it does have some auto scroll with the platform level half in the back half, but you know, that's not really. It's only like a third an auto scroller, you know, not like most of it. So I think standard themed. Okay, there we go. First level of the last world of my super world is up. That means the next level of that, by the way, if you're curious. Let me just say what the next level is called if you're curious. The next level planned is Ripsaw Rainbow, which is gonna be a level in Super Mario World, and it's gonna have ripsaws going back and forth or something to avoid. I don't have that many more ideas about this level yet. Other than, like, I don't know. I sort of picture the, you know, the level of Super Mario Galaxy where the ripsaws are, like, tearing apart, like, the stage? That's sort of what I'm picturing in my head. Or is that 3D World? I forget. This one is, like, so early, it doesn't really have any ideas other than the basic name and the fact that I want to use the rainbow theming. But I'm sure we'll do some streams later on to, like, really, like, start brainstorming ideas for it and shit. And trying to get some higher level ideas for it. Well, there is the code, the course ID. One more thing I can do real fast before I get into things is to look up. I have on my on Google Docs a document where I put put like comments and notes about ideas for each of the levels of my super world. Let me just read out what I put down for bonus biome 1, starting around a year and a half ago, November of 2021. That's when I knew the basic idea. Sun level, moving platform level, link level. Moving platforms take you through a ruin in the clouds. This was all in 2021 that I wrote this down, the concept for this level. Subworld, Bowser's Castle, bullet bill platforms in lava. Figured that out like a couple months later, February 2022. The simple left to right moving platform parts are limited to Subworld. The Overworld will be a little more traditional, fast-moving platforms or more traditional platforming. Apparently I figured that out as soon as like February of 2022. Maybe the outside area could be night sky, so low gravity. Nope, that ended up in World 7. That theming. The Sanctuary is where the sun goes at night. Close, it goes there all the time. Good way to have the sun be present for both sections is to have them both start in the same spot. First go left, then right on the second visit, or based on on-off switch. That idea didn't really pan out. First off, the sections would be too short, and the other reason would be that, you know, the sun ended up being like one contiguous section, so that was unnecessary. Think Clobber Carnage. As of, like, October of last year, I had figured out that Clobber Carnage was going to be an inspiration for this. And it totally was. Clobber Carnage is a level that doesn't become an auto-scroller until the last part of it. Make it a risky but appealing prospect to shortcut the level by jumping from the platform to the early where possible. Didn't end up doing that so much, honestly. But still, it's a cool idea. First half could have non-platform level, a platform level second half. I already said that like a year before this comment, but okay. Maybe look at lava levels DKC2 for inspiration. Put enemies on higher ledges that Link or Shelmet is essential in combating them from below. Magic Koopa stacks? Didn't end up having those. Still, some good ideas there that, you know, it's interesting to look back and see like, oh yeah, you know, it pretty much was, as I thought it would be. This level pretty much went to plan, you know? It just took a while to really hash out and shit. I'm going to do one more thing, which is I'm just gonna share a little clip from the level to Twitter, to social media. I'm going to... I already made the clip yesterday, by the way, if you're curious. Or maybe it was Wednesday, I forget when I made the clip. But let me just... I have a picture of the code for reference. Alright. Let's see, what's the... Be warned, hero. Be warned, hero. There we go. it's gonna be just a little longer version of the... a little longer version of the description. This skybound temple enshrines the sun itself. Take this sword. Before you enter bonus biome 1. What's it called? It's a Sunburn Sanctuary. Sunburn Sanctuary. And now just need the level code, which is BLF C6P Q4G. Okay, that works. And that clip is just a 30-second clip of the level wherein I do it really good. And it looks, you know, polished and good, and we like it. Anyway, y'all check that out. I see Sad Luigi already played it and liked it. Hell yeah, Sad Luigi. Oh yeah, Sad Luigi, there you go. Sad Luigi from chat, I like it, I'm glad. How did you get through in one go? Let me see. I'm curious. Anyone else, feel free to give that a go. 3 tries, okay, that sounds pretty good to me. Right then, that concludes the level upload portion of this stream. It is now time for the viewer levels. Let me hit next and pull up the full VAR. And I'll talk through like what exactly we do during viewer levels. So if you're new, you don't know, whatever. During viewer levels, if you're here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you're not here, still do the level, but I do it in sudden death, in which I only have 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, to do the level. That's right, I see you, Yeetus, you're good to go. It's a pretty good system, nice compromise between playing more levels and prioritizing the people who are here, and also it makes a fun challenge of those where, you know, the people aren't here, which is, you know, fun and good, and I like it. I will say, by the way, I do have a little bit of a sore throat, but I'm doing alright. I don't know. Hopefully I drink a little water, and if I really need to, I got some loot ends right here. I will turn on the comments once I'm in, Edis, and I guess I will read them to everyone, I suppose is the idea. You want me to read them out loud, you know? Okay, let's go. I am your mother. Me want TV. Mom put me out of my misery. You're grounded. Hey Mom, I stole from your wallet. Yo, give me PS5, Xbox Series X. I'm not gonna read that one. Hey Mom, can I have TV? That's probably the intended one. Fuck no. You are adopted, so no. Nah, bro. Cool. No, do your homework. You know you have enough. I like how this has become collaborative storytelling between you and the people who are playing your levels. Mom, you ate my mom. Can I have a new laptop? That's the can one. Screw off! No. Can I have $1 billion? Mr. Beast. Mario Station? Like a PlayStation. Hi! Says, who's this character? I don't know who that character is. Among Us. Can I get the new Mario phone? Mom, no. Can I get PS5? No. Can I get a... My mom! Soft lock! Soft lock! X! Imagine. Hell of a thing for your mom to say. Well, isn't that what MOM stands for? What? I don't get that one. Made of... money. Oh. Nope. Gasp. What does that one say? You know what? We're not gonna... Silencio. We're not gonna read that one. Dad, angry at you. Are these the... You know, in the Mario movie, Edis, they now have, like, a canonical Mario mother and a canonical Mario father. Did you, look at those? How do those compare to the ones that you have in your levels? Your design for those. Thank you for the level, Edis. Let's go ahead and do complete and next. Corn is up next, also known as Droopman. And I'm gonna do a card. As you know, as you may know, I have a lot of cards through my streams, and I like to pull them and talk about what's on them. Things I prepared ahead of time. Corn, please conform. Conform? Confirm. Did you see that Waypoint Vice has been reborn as Remap Radio? There you are, Droopman. So yeah, that was kind of the big news yesterday, I guess. Waypoint Vice sort of got all entirely laid off. And, you know, like a month ago, they found out they were being laid off. And also that more recently, they found out that Vice was bankrupt and was going away just entirely, even without the layoffs going through or whatever. And apparently they've got together on their own and decided to be their own independent thing. And they're now calling themselves Remap Radio, which I'll tell you, I think that's a great name. And it kind of like and by the way, like Waypoint Vice was started by like ex-Giant Bomb alumni Austin Walker. He's not involved with it, but also ex-Giant Bomb alumni Patrick Klepek is, and you know, a bunch of other folks that they picked up along the way for that Vice vertical Waypoint, which was their gaming site, Vice's gaming site, which tended to be you know, news focused and also progressive or left in its politics, you know, and with a news focus as well. Anyway, I just wanted to say, good for them not becoming entirely unemployed, it turns out. That's just a great thing to be. And also, I think it's cool. I think the name is really good. Remap Radio. That actually has a ring to it. It's a video game term. And also, like, Waypoint is a term about maps. And Remap, while it's not about maps, has map in it. I feel like that is just, you know, like the, what's that? The Deadspin people. What did they they go and do? The Deadspin people went and formed, like, Disruptor or something. That's, like, the same sort of deal where it's like, yeah, it's a new name, but it's very much evocative of the old name in just the most perfect way. And also, it makes me think of Nextlander, which is the gaming outlet started by ex-Giant Bomb people around a year or two back. Maybe was it a year or two back? I think it was like 2 years back or so. Started by them, and when they made the thing, they said like, oh, there's no good names left for video game websites, it turns out. That's why we went with Nextlander, even though it sounds weird. It'll be fine. I think that I hear this new name, Remap Radio, and go like, oh shit, there totally were good video game names left over. Okay, well, whatever. I'm kidding around, of course. Dexlander is fine too. I just think that when I hear Remap Radio, I think, oh god damn, that's a good name. Like, god damn, that wasn't taken. Like, Remap as a video game, site, outlet, whatever. Shout out to them. Really happy to hear that they're, like, that they survived this. I'll tell you, it's funny, I watched a, one thing that happens in the games industry, right? Also, I need to set a timer. One thing that happens in the games industry when an outlet, when someone gets fired or leaves an outlet, is that MinMax's Ben Hansen does like an exit interview with them and talks about like their time at the outlets, whatever, And Patrick Klepek did do an interview about the end of Waypoint Vice like the other day, and he seemed like a week ago, and he seemed a little bit reticent about like, oh, I don't know if I'm just about to just hop into the independent space and try to do this, but independently. That seems like a whole big risk, especially given that he has a house and kids and mortgage and shit. But apparently that's what they're doing. I guess someone convinced them that that was a good idea, between that interview and forming it. Or, he just have to play it a little coy when Ben Hansen asks you, like, so, are you doing anything new now? Or or is that it? Are you out of the industry? Or are you doing, like, consulting or something? Which, people at these journalists, right, with the reputation and stuff, they could go do consulting if they wanted, basically. And that's be cool, but wait a minute. Hang on out. Also, doesn't that look weird that this vine is like sort of going into the pipe, but not really? There's a gap. There's a secret down here. I just saw it. Oh shit. I'm gonna lure him over here.
Oh no!
Okay, well, it's a good secret, but I was unequipped. I was not equipped to get it. I guess there wasn't. The mushroom is after the secret, so I wouldn't be. I tend to not do this sort of thing. That sort of specific thing where you require a shell interaction, where you're required to get a power-up to do something special with a shell to get it. Not that I think it's bad or nothing, just that, personally, when I make levels, I tend to, like, want to put at least the first power-up somewhere that's basically free, But that's fun, too, having to, like, think about, like, where it is before going to get it. You know what, also, this level is, like, 100 seconds long, and, spending half a minute getting that coin, maybe not the best idea either, honestly. There we go, we got through that stage, Droop Man. God, seems like, took us a bit for a level that's 100 seconds long, didn't it? I suppose I had to take a true tries. I'm gonna hit next, considering that was a maker code. And Sad Luigi is up next. Sad Luigi, who just said GG, is here. Perfect. I'm gonna do another card as I pull this up. Did you hear that there's a 1-2 Switch sequel called Everybody 1-2 Switch? It was announced today, apparently. Kind of weird, considering it wasn't during a direct or anything. It is, I suppose, the E3 season, the big announcement season. Can you play any of my levels besides the first 2 uploads? Okay, you got it. Let's go and see. I don't really have that much to say about this. I didn't play 1-2 Switch. I don't know anyone who did play 1-2 Switch. But whatever, hey, another... That's an announcement from Nintendo. I wonder... You know, I've heard rumors that, like, there wouldn't be a Direct during the summer. You know, I've heard people talking about that and shit. And I didn't really pay it much mind, but... anyone but these two, right? Let's do Drop Down Caverns, then. But, if they're announcing this game in the middle of a cycle, you know, without a Direct, maybe that is the case. Maybe it isn't. Maybe they're not doing anything, like, official-like. You know, not one big event or nothing. Feel like there was something down there, but we'll never know unless we die and go back. Ah. Here's a 30 coin. Let's do another card. It's the E3 Keeley season. It's the season for announcements right now. It's the season for announcements right now, and I guess 1-2 Switch is part of that. Maybe the first of the summer announcements. I still wonder if there's gonna be a Direct, and I hope there will be. And, you know, you think about what could be at a Direct. You know, there's probably like one more type of Pikmin to announce in Pikmin 4, right? And also like other details. But also maybe that could just be like a Pikmin Direct, you know? Like, oh, it's, you know, like a few days before Pikmin 4, it's time to do a Direct where we show off, like, I don't know, green Pikmin. Look, they're green Pikmin. This time they have... What do green Pikmin have? They've already done big eyes. Eyebrows. They'll have, like, really, really big, shaggy eyebrows. The green Pikmin. That'll be it. Big, shaggy eyebrows. They gotta announce that at somewhere. And, might as well be a Direct. But probably... You know what? Could just as easily be, like, a specific Direct for Pikmin. You know? And then they could say other things like, oh yeah, this time all the Pikmin are in the campaign. You know, not just the 3 originals and the 2 new ones. No, this time rocks, this time purples, whites, flying Pikmin, and the new ones as well. They're all in the campaign. They're gonna announce that probably some point, right? Or do they just say that in like a announcement, or just like, do they need a trailer to reveal that information, official like? Some difficult spaces to move through. As for other things, you know, of course, there'll be a Sony something or other. There'll be a Microsoft something or other. And that'll be cool. I'll be honest, I don't know if any of those schedules, any of those conferences, any of those keynotes, whatever the fuck, are scheduled. I don't even know when the Keeleys are, but I'm sure over the coming month and coming 2 months, we'll see a lot of events. And we'll see what they announce. Personally, right now, I'm kind of in a... Why am I going left? I don't need to go left. I'm kind of like... There's not really a lot this year that super interests me. There we go. There's not like a lot this year that super interests me, so... I'm really looking to see, like, what exactly gets announced at all these events. Hoping to see some stuff. There's a secret down here. Or something. Hoping to see some stuff that excites me. But if not, hey, you know, I'll have Pikmin and Tears of the Kingdom. Honestly, Tears of the Kingdom. It's hard for me to imagine a world where something comes out that can beat Tears of the King... Z. Something that comes out that can beat Tears of the Kingdom for Game of the Year, you know? Like, maybe if a new Mario came out. Maybe if they were holding back, like, hey, we got We got like Mario Odyssey 2. Mario Odyssey is is like tied for top 2 of my favorite games of all time. So they came out with a new one. I could see it topping Tears of the Kingdom in my book specifically, as someone who loves platformers, 3D platformers, and Banjo-Kazooie style 3D platformers especially, which, Mario Odyssey is very much in that Banjo school of 3D platformer where you stay in the world after you get a thing. Which was one of the reasons why I loved it and was like so all over it. And why it's top 2 in my books. There's a new Donkey Kong. It won't be, obviously, a new Donkey Kong would not be a top contender for most people. But, look, I'm a big, Donkey Kong stan, you know? I don't use the word stan that often. I'm a big Donkey Kong mark. I'm a big, fan of the Donkey Kong Country games. Tropical Freeze, was my game of the year, the year that came out, for instance. I'm 90% sure. 95% sure. So, like, a new Donkey Kong game could take it, but I seriously have my doubts. If it's a 3D one, they have a lot of work cut out for them, making a better game than, I don't see a 3D Donkey Kong necessarily just automatically being as good as Odyssey, because I really don't know what it looks like, but I could see being very fond of it. Thank you for the level. I'm going to hit next to bring up the next person, considering that was a maker code. Corn. Corn is the next one. That's It Melted. DKC Tropical Freeze was so fire. Yeah, it's fucking great. I love that game. I've said before that that Tropical Freeze in 2013 was about as good as it could be. Similar to like how DKC 2 was about as good as it could be in the year it came out, And it's right up there for me with DKC 2. Now, DKC 2 is like tied for top 2 of my games of all time, so you might be wondering like where Tropical Freeze is in my all-time list. And I'd say, well, typically with my all-time list, the rule of thumb is that I don't put multiple games from the same like franchise in there, Elsewise, you'd say things like, well, number 2 is DKC 2, number 3 is DKC 3, number 4 is DKC Tropical Freeze. Actually, DKC Tropical Freeze is better than DKC 3. And yeah, I agree. I think DKC was better. You're right. The Rocket Barrel stages are a bit of a blemish on otherwise fantastic game. I don't really like those stages either. They're really not to my taste. But they're better than the ones in Returns, I'll say that. For being Rocket Barrel stages. Yeah, totally. I don't usually put, like, multiple games from the same franchise on, like, top 10 lists. I tend to think, like, okay, this one's kind of representing the series, so, you get Tropical... You get Thousand Year Doors on the list. You get Thousand Year Door on the list, you don't put the original Paper Mario, even though they're both, like top 5 material, if I was thinking about it. If Thousand Year Door wasn't on there, I'd probably put Paper Mario on my top 5, like the original one. But it's already perfectly represented by Thousand Year Door. Returns is one hit and you're done. What do you mean by that, Droopman? I'm not as big a fan of Returns. I replayed it last year on stream, in fact, or was it like 2 Decembers ago? It was either 2 Decembers ago or last year's January. I forget when, but I played through that entire game and it's just not as hot as Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze, they blew it out. They did such a fucking good job. Oh, that's right. One hit on minecarts and rocket barrels. You're right. That was a kind of bad decision on their part. Like, why? Why do it that way? Honestly. Droop, you are here. So let me just go ahead and start punching your thing in. And also, let me do another card. Did you hear about how Microsoft wanted Time Warner before AT&T got them? In an interview about the Activision acquisition, the guy at the top of Microsoft was talking about like, oh yeah, you know, we had our hand on the trigger, you know, we had our finger on the button, hoping for the AT&T deal to go off to like fall apart with Time Warner, and then we'd scoop them up and you know, he said, quote, we would have them make movies of our games, and we would make games of their movies. It's like, okay, I guess. It seems like a weird thing to bring up, middle of, like, a contentious Activision acquisition. To be like, oh, we actually wanted a much bigger company, by the way. We're just sort of settling for Activision. They're sort of small potatoes compared to Time Warner, which, by the way, I will remind you, it's almost as if they're saying, you guys let through the Time Warner acquisition of AT&T's Time Warner acquisition, so why don't you shut the fuck up and let us get Activision? Like, honestly, that's sort of what this sounds like they're getting at here with this line of thought. You know, I don't have that much more to say about that other than I saw that story and I thought, like, this seems like a weird thing to say. It almost feels like sour potatoes. Sour potatoes. No one's ever said that before. Sour apples. Hello, Space Mead Pod. Almost sounds like sour fruit, sour wine. That reminds me, just like apropos of nothing. There's a scene in like Yakuza 0 where the guy says like, oh, in the entertainment industry in Japan, it is tradition to replace soured wine with fresh wine or something like that. And apparently, I guess that's a euphemism, an expression in Japan apparently, which sounds cool. Sounds cool when Majima said that. I don't know if that's something that people other than Majima say, but I guess soured wine also works. What is, I don't know what that line is from, Space Meat Pod. What sort of levels do you like? Traditional is my favorite. I'll take other stuff, though. I got, I'll manage through a puzzle level. I can do, like, a speedrun type level reasonably well. You know, with the best of them, as you'd say. And, you know, I'll say for, like, Kaizo stuff, I don't do, I can't really do a shell jump to, save my life reliably, but I'll try it if you got it, if you want to put it in. There we go, we got a submission from, Space Beat Pod. Fantastic. Mostly traditional. Cool. Gonna hit next. Space Meat Pod is up next. And by the way, Space Meat Pod, I will say what Korn already knows, also known as Droopman, that once you feel free to just continue submitting levels as long as the queue is open. It's all good. Hello, Alex. You have to put in a code to submit a level. For the new viewers right now, let me explain how we do things here on this channel. You could also scroll down and read it, you know, in the About sections below the Twitch viewer, Twitch video player. If you are here when your level comes up, we give it the full time of day, which outside of the lightning round means 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. But if you're not here, we still play the level, but we do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. So, you know, that's just a good little compromise between prioritizing the people who are here and playing more levels, which is fun. It's fun to play more levels, I'm pretty sure. Let's go ahead and set a 15-minute timer. Let's go. Space Meat Pod, thank you for the I was about to say the challenge, jeez. For the follow. That's right, 15-minute timer. And after the timer expires, again, we go into last tries, in which I have 5. And that also refreshes at checkpoints, by the way. Woo-hoo-hoo, that's a fun bit. Those are very well set up to just be very fun to just, you know, slide through. Oh, look at that! You got some fun, like, light puzzle solving here with the snowballs. That's nice. Kind of reminds me of, like, a DKC2 level. I feel like DKC2 level does more. Or not DKC2, DKC3. DKC3 does a little bit more like, you know, like, oh, to proceed, you have to pick up a thing and do a thing. Whereas DKC2, it's, you know, you aren't really, required to stop and do things. Oh, hey, Snowy, I know Snow Bear. Another streamer. I usually have comments turned off, but I turned them on earlier and forgot to turn them back off. I'm just gonna turn them back off. You know, it's sort of my preference to do so. Oh, can you only do that in levels? Okay. Very nice. And timer. I'm gonna go ahead and hit complete. That was a very nice traditional ass level. Alright, who is next up? It is Korn, who has been chatting. Very good. I also have here cards. I'm gonna do another card and talk about what's on it. Need to watch Spider-Verse 2. I've heard that Spider-Verse is out. The second Spider-Verse movie is out and people are watching it. In fact, I've heard one Bowser, Lord Bowser, is watching it right now. That is why Lord Bowser isn't here tonight. He was kind enough to mention it in the Discord, why he wasn't gonna be here, which, you know, look, attendance is not mandatory for the Friday stream, and you don't need to explain why you're not here. That is, but, I thought it was interesting to know, nonetheless, you know? Just that he would be out watching it. I'm definitely trying to think right now, like, can I watch it, like, before the runs from GDQ that I want to watch tomorrow? Can I go out, like, noon or something and go and see Spider-Verse 2? Maybe. I need to see that. I'm really excited about it. It sounds sick as hell. I've seen the trailer. It looks like it's, you know, more of a little bit more like Council of Ricks. A lot more multiverse, you know, Peter Parker's running around. That just sounds very, very fun to me. I want to see that movie very badly. Oh, and Droopman said in chat, order from worst to best. Oh, worst to best, okay. I was worried because I thought it was best to worst. I thought it was reversed, the order. DKC3 as the worst one. DKCR, DKC1, DKC Tropical Freeze, DKC2. DKC2 being the best. I was a little worried that you were saying that DKCR was like one of the best ones, but you were saying the opposites, which I agree with. I would say myself, for my money, DKC2, DKC Tropical Freeze, DKC3, DKC1, DKCR. DKCR is the worst to me. In my books, you know? That movie is gonna be good. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I haven't looked at like reviews or anything. Has anyone seen it yet in chat? Has anyone like looked up the reviews and seen like if they're glowing? I'm assuming they're glowing. And also I don't care if the reviews are bad. I'm still gonna see it. You know, think that movie, like that first movie, has earned a bit of like, yeah, just go see it. You know, who cares? You know, it's a little bit like, I wonder if I was supposed to take that away somewhere else, you know, and use it somewhere else. Nope, okay, I think this was correct. Well, hang on. I need to do it where I go through faster. Oh, wait, no, it was just for a bonus. Okay. No! Okay, damn it. My fire flower got destroyed. Oh, I forgot to set the timer. That's fine. Also, we have 40 seconds. You know, on the timer, you know, up left, up right. Sometimes I say the wrong cardinal direction. What is this? Go down? Why go down? This level cuts close for time. Well, let's see then. We got 15 seconds left? Please, ending, be right. Yes, there we go. Hey,
Oh yeah.
I'll take it.
Time.
And the timer. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level, Corn, Droop Man. That's very good. Yes, I agree. Oh, I forgot to turn off the comments again. Lord Bowser got in a like too. Good to see y'all playing each other's levels and shit. That's very good. You know. Lord Bowser, you should. Lord Bowser said he would watch the VOD later. Let me say, Lord Bowser, from the present, in the future, I would love to see some comments on my levels with like Lord Bowser with a heart or whatever. That'd be cool. Call to action there, Lord Bowser. Please understand, I am joking around. I do not require my viewers to comment on my levels. That'd be a ridiculous thing to like, you know, solicit. But at the same time, that would be very cool. I want that for me. You know, please God. I see what you've done for other people. Please, Lord Bowser. I see what you've done for other people. I want that for me. I'm good with anything without shell jumps, but traditional is my bread and butter, Alex. But also, if you have shell jumps, look, it could be funny to see me like fail repeatedly, and eventually maybe I'll manage to get one off. So that's sort of what we're getting at. Right, I can't do it from here. Complete. Next. It's gotta be your grandma's shell jump, that's right. Alright, it's Alex time. Your new level. Okay, you got it. Meanwhile, I'm gonna pull up another card and talk about what's on it. SGDQ 2023. The new SGDQ that's been, you know, the marathon. If y'all don't know, I think in the previous streams, I've just been talking as if everyone knows what SGDQ is. I think, like, everyone knows what SGDQ is. That's Summer Games Done Quick. It's the speedrunning marathon that raises, like, a couple million dollars every year for Doctors Without Borders. I always, you know, look over the schedule and try to catch a few runs, like a handful of them, and donate a total of $75, you know, on various games, during various games throughout the marathon. I had one donation read during the Minish Cap stream on Sunday. Yesterday, I couldn't remember what games I watched on Sunday. They were Minish Cap and Banjo. I haven't watched any since Wednesday, but Wednesday did have a ton to watch. You said the new level, right? The training rooms. Oh, shit. Alright. Putting up the timer now. Let's go. Wednesday had, like, the big block of how the fuck do you do this? Can you slide? Oh, shit. Wednesday had the big block of games that I wanted to watch. It had jumping is not the answer. How about spin jumping? Ooh, it is spin jumping. I think it's spin jumping. Wednesday had the big block of games that I wanted to watch. It had woohoo! Look at that! It had Hitman, for a start. And that was like the new mode in Hitman specifically. Cool mode. Very fun to see them go through it at like lightning speed. It had Majora's Mask Randomizer, which looks pretty sick. That's part of why I want to try that for myself next week. That'll be next Thursday's stream, you see. And also there was Odyssey, which, like I've said, I think previously this stream, Odyssey is like my top 2, right up there with DKC 2. It was a very good run too. Lots of glitches I've never seen before. Lots of relatively new routing stuff. And then finally, to top it all off, Paper Mario, which, you know, that was also a game that I played yesterday, doing the randomizer for a stream, you know. I like the randomizer a lot. I like watching Paper Mario as a speed game. It's very interesting, the routes for Paper Mario, because the way that the logic in Paper Mario works, you can, like, route it in all sorts of interesting ways to do things out of order, and, like, you know, go like, oh, we're going to Chapter 2. We're done here in Chapter 2. Let's go to Chapter 5. Now it's time to go to Chapter 4. Let's go back to Chapter 3 real fast to do a thing. And now to Chapter 7. Sure, why not? You can also simple jump. Are spins the best strat here? That's a good question. What if I duck? I don't know if they're the best strat, but it worked for me the first time, so that's why I was a little bit caught up in the allure, I guess. You know, it seemed to, like, I got through, like, really quick. That first time, you know? We don't want to go right in there. We'll die if we do that. Like, look at that. See? I think it's a pretty good strat, the spin jump. So long as we don't, like, you know, like, really fuck up. Also, there's red coins in this. I wonder where they are. Oh, hey. You could stand here. Here we go. Hey, second room. Done. Oh, that's a checkpoint. Let me do another card and talk about what's on it. Follow up on the idea of getting Street Fighter 6 and doing that live. So, last time... You know what, maybe this one would be better, like... Well, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, pipe! Street Fighter... Barf Fighter 6. You don't like the Street Fighter? Go Tekken? I'm not really a fighting game guy is the thing. So I was, So I wasn't really sure about it. You know, I've heard that, like, oh, it's, you know, it has, like, a new simple controls mode in there or whatever, right? And I've heard that, like, oh, it has a really weird, like, open world story mode. And I actually had a look at that. I looked at, like, a video that Giant Bomb did, a website that I like. A gaming outlet that I like, you know? And found out that the open world thing is a little bit more basic than I expected with Street Fighter 6. Here's some images of it. So apparently you just sort of run around like the open world and shit, and you can talk to people, and it's sort of like discount Yakuza, rather than being like a big open world thing, you know, or like a really good like campaign. And the story is just like, it's just like dialogue boxes, like Yakuza, but not really as well thought out, I would say. Unfortunately, not sure if I have an image of that. But I will say the one thing that is cool, it looks like you can like fight anyone in the open world, and it goes into like a fight thing that's just literally playing the video game, which is pretty cool. I think that, honestly, I see that and I go like, wow, that's cool. Imagine if it was in the cool world that you like to be in. You know, like, imagine if it was in, like, Yakuza, for instance. Like, imagine if they did a collab between, like, Street Fighter and Yakuza, where, like, the story and plot was all handled by the Like a Dragon guys. I know the series is now called Like a Dragon, but I don't know, on some level it'll always be Yakuza to me. Also, I looked into, like, people talking about how the system works, how the, like, simplified controls work, and I like the sound of making the special moves just like Smash Brothers. You know, just a direction and a special button. But I don't know if, like, the rest of it sounds good. Apparently, the basic idea is like, yeah, instead of a light, heavy, and instead of having, like, high kick, low kick, whatever, you have, like, a light button, a heavy button, and a mid button? I don't know. It turns all the other attacks into just, like, 3 buttons and sort of automatically chooses which ones you should use in certain scenarios, which just sounds confusing to me. And it also sounds like I would still end up being... It sounds like I would still end up mashing. if I'm reading that right, if I'm understanding it. You know, I'm not sure that this is really a solution for, like, you know, fighting game newcomers to really, like, sink their teeth into, like me. I say I'm a new... I played a number of fighting games. I played Mortal Kombat with it. They have visual novel stories in them. Not sure what other... if I played that many other fighting games other than those 2 series. I'll probably get the new Mortal Kombat this year. I'll say that, just because I do like those stories. I do like the how cinematic and shit they are. Those are always a good time, you know? Y'all can still hear me, yeah? I heard my PC, like, do a disconnect noise, which worries me because, and my Stream Deck went off for a second. I'm worried that also maybe did the microphone also go off during that time? I just got this Stream Deck working, like, with this setup the other day, and sort of, like, routed funnily, but I guess it's a little finicky. I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix that, other than to, like, not use it in this setup. Kind of a shame. I like using this in this setting. There's a browser-based online fighting game called Tough Love Arena that feels like a proper fighting game. I believe you, Space Meat Pod. Yikes. I've tried, there was that other fighting game that I tried. Another one that tried to market itself as like, oh, this is a fighting game for newcomers. Which was, the one with the mechs. The one that was canceled and doesn't exist anymore. I forget what it was called. But it was made by guys that was, softlock. I just got softlocked here. It was made by the guys that, got, I think it was like a 3-button game, and with a stick as well. They got acquired by the guys who made League of Legends. Well, you came at an interesting time. You did. I gotta restart. And that's a shame because the first part was really hard. Oh shit, I say that and then I get through in one go. And I'll say of that game, with the simple controls, I actually found it, like, to be just as hard as, like, getting into a regular fighting game because it required a lot of skill and nuance to, like, you know, you still had to know when to use moves. You couldn't just spam them, you know? And I just didn't work for me. Space Meat was mentioning dive kick. I will say I love dive kick. Dive kick is like the closest I have gotten to understanding and enjoying just a traditional fighting game and enjoying, like, you know, playing it competitively, you know, against people. It's too bad there's not really a good way to play dive kick against people right now. We got back through that first segment, like, real fast, huh? Feel good about that. What about RTSs? I like StarCraft 2. I got into StarCraft 2 for a bit. I'll tell you, they're way too stressful for me to play, like, regularly, though, or play, like, competitively. I like the co-op modes, and I like the campaign in StarCraft 2. And I'll tell you, I do have it on my list of games I wanna stream, actually. I would love to replay the campaigns of, like, StarCraft 2 and do that all on stream, because I think there's a lot of stuff you can glean from there about, like, how skill trees should work and how you can customize stuff throughout a whole campaign. I'll tell you, a thing I said yesterday is that if you took, like, the like unit customization stuff, skill tree stuff from, like, StarCraft 2 and combined it into, like, Paper Mario, oh my god, I would be all over that game. You know, if like every partner in StarCraft in, like, Paper Mario had a StarCraft 2 ass skill tree, oh my god, I would be so pleased. Free idea for anyone making a Paper Mario type indie game. I'd make it myself, but, you know, I don't have a billion hours to you know, learn how to develop a game and go through all that rigmarole. I don't have time for that. That's not gonna happen. It's fun to imagine it happening, though. I'll say that. It's fun to play, like, oh, what the ideas I would have if I did, you know, a game. And yeah, that would be super core to it, right? Like, partners that you upgrade across a whole adventure. New RTS is trying to do it. Learning an RTS is like learning chess. Yes, and it's also like learning speed chess, because you really don't have time to, like, build all the buildings and figure out how to do, like, macro and micro. You know, how to, I used to watch a lot of Day 9 back when I got into StarCraft. You know, Day 9 did a lot of StarCraft 2 streaming back in the day. He then switched to Hearthstone, and I think now he does a game that I have no interest in. You know, mostly games I have no interest in, which is, you know, sad, considering that I do find Day 9's, like, you know, very influential, you know? As far as, like, streamers I would like to be, like, somewhere between, like, Day 9, Dan Reichert, and Austin Walker is sort of, like, what I'm aiming for, right? But yeah, you know, I really enjoyed his, like, like, you know, his, like, what was this thing called? He did, like, a thing every week where it would be, like, basically, like, vaguely not tutorially, where it's, like, how to be a better gamer or something, how to be a better StarCraft person. And I enjoyed watching all those videos, even though I never really got better at StarCraft 2, you know? I didn't have the reflexes, I didn't have the instinct. And the memory to remember, like, a million things you have to do. I will say one tip that did, like, stick with me is that he said, it's one thing to say, like, oh, I need to look at the minimap more, right? He was very clear in that, like, a tip that he had, right, was that instead of just saying, like, I need to look at the minimap more, instead, make it actionable. We're gonna start last tries after this particular try, by the way. Instead, you make it actionable. Instead, you make it actionable. And you say, like, that's right, he's a caster, that's what they're called. Esports caster. You say, like, instead of saying, I need to look at the minimap more, instead you say, every time I make units, I'm gonna look at the minimap. You know, and that's just a very good piece of advice you can apply to, like, anything, you know? Instead of saying, like, oh, I need to, check Twitter less. That actually doesn't work. That actually doesn't work with that. Instead of saying, like, oh, I need to do this more, instead say, like, yeah, every time I, you know, do this other thing, I can do this thing. I guess that's, you know, not as flexible as a bit of advice the way I framed it. Still, like, just, instead of making a vague plan, make a very specific plan that'll work for you, you know? And don't be afraid to, like, come up with something that no one's ever done before. You know, come up with something original. So long as it works for you, that's all it needs to do. Right? This is a very cool challenge, by the way. I want to be clear. It's very cool. We have one try left. And, it looks like this is a boss fight, so that's fun. Is it just survival? Looks like just survival. Well, Bowser isn't getting up in this arena. Ah! Okay, crap. Okay, we need the other power-up now. Look at that! We fucking got it! Let's fucking go! Fucking clutch. Yeah, we had one try left, y'all. Holy shit. Hey, Golden DBH, how you doing? Holy fuck. We're about an hour and a half in. Tell you what, we gotta start the lightning round soon. But, let's say, 7:45. 7:45 rolls around, that's when we'll... You know what, actually, I'll say... 7:40. 7:40. So, like, 20 more minutes, and then we'll start the lightning round. Okay? Sound good with everyone? Lightning round is the point where, during the lightning round, we only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. But we start the stream in this regular mode where we don't have that condition, so, let's continue. I'm gonna hit complete. And I'm gonna hit, next. Get up the next level here. By, Space Meet Pod. Fantastic. Oh, and I see Droopman liked bonus Biome 1 Sunburn Sanctuary as well. Let me look at how that's doing now. Fantastic. How did you do? It took you a lot more tries, I guess, Droopman. Oh, maybe you were going for world record. No, well, you only cleared it once, I guess. Still, you know, hey, it's World 8. It's supposed to be a little hard. The inspiration is Clobber Carnage, which... One of the inspirations, prime inspiration, I would say. One of the inspirations is Clobber Carnage, which is a hard level. You know, so... It's gonna be hard. How'd you fare? You were going for world record? Gotcha, gotcha. Very cool, very cool. What was my clear time on that? You did it in a minute. My clear time was 1:51. Granted, I had to get the power-ups and the bonuses, as I tend to do when I do clear checks. Alright, Space Meat. Let's go ahead and punch that in. Also, I will do another card and talk about what's on it. That System Shock Remake looks cool, but probably won't get it. Talked about this a bit yesterday, but this time, I have a visual aid. Look at this. I thought to set up a visual aid with this, you know, with my extra images thing that I do. That's what it looks like. And I saw that and I said, oh, damn, that looks really cool. You know what I mean? Like, it looks really distinctive. And I love the sharp angles, the purple, like, metallic texturing. Like, oh, geez, that looks nice. That said, I also look at it and it's like, apparently it's an old game. It doesn't really it's not really all that modernized. You know, it's just sort of a remake of it. You know, the game that came before BioShock was BioShock, which is cool and all, but I don't know if I'm not interested in it, you know? That said, I do really like BioShock, and I do really like those other... I do really like BioShock and the games after BioShock, all the BioShocks, so maybe I should check this out, I don't know. It looks a little clunky to me as far as gameplay goes, but the looks cannot be denied. It's just amazing. Like, I was just looking at this and going like, holy shit, I don't think I've ever seen, like, a video game environment that looks quite like this. You know? Very distinct and stylish and... holy shit. I will say, though, I have seen UIs that look like this, and it's a little much. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's only on PC. That interface does look like a PC interface, doesn't it? I got this screenshot from Giant Bomb when they were doing their... I looked at their quick look and took a screen grab from that for context, you know, for if anyone's curious where that comes from. Anyway, let's play this stage. Rang Rider. Ride in style, fight like wild. I'm gonna take a drink. There's some cool video games coming out. I will say, though, the obvious thing that's like getting in the way of any new game that's coming out right just now is that me and also I'm sure a lot of other people still smack dab in the middle of Tears of the Kingdom. And goddamn, is that game something? I'm sure I have a card for it at some point, you know, some point tonight. Not sure if that's the next one or if that's like 10 away. I think that's like in the middle of the pack tonight. These cards, they're not randomized at all. I choose the order ahead of the stream because, you know, I like to plan them out where it's like, okay, a bunch of them that go together are one after another. You know, there's like, oh, here's sort of the upcoming games block. Here's the anime block. Here's the news block. Here's the podcast I'm watching, or listening to, watching. Podcast shout-out block. A little preview of things to come tonight. That's about the most, by the way, that was about the most effective I've ever seen the car enemies act as, like, you know, villains. Usually the car enemies, they just sort of waste everyone's time, you know? Nice. And this level does have like a pipe that gives you power-ups, so if you ran out, you could go back and get it. You know, you wouldn't necessarily be stuck. I only used car once in my super world, and I used it in a context where you couldn't actually use it, you know? Because it was in a stage where you could not, you know, you could not touch the ground once you left the ground. I suppose, you know, maybe it would be cool, apropos of nothing here, what if the last level, which is going to be a 3D world level of my super world, what if it had, like, as the last section, a very small actual part where he actually drove a fucking car? The only thing that's, like, hard about that is that the car sucks, and using it is very hard, you know? It's sort of a liability in level design, so it would have to be a very short segment that was mostly there for flavor, you know? Jump in the car, drive for 2 seconds, and there's the finish. You know, jump over Bowser or something somehow. In the car. You'll probably have to jump over Bowser, and you can probably do it in the car. If you so please, anyway. You'll also just be able to do it, like, without, I suppose. You don't see that many Meowser boss fights Probably because it's kind of unpredictable, you know. Meowser is compared to regular Bowser. That was well done. Nice. I'm planning out on my on like World 9 or World 8's final Meowser fight to be not really a fight so much as just, you know, hey, there's Meowser and there's the flagpole behind him. Go grab the flagpole, genius. That's all you need to do. You don't actually fight Meowser. Just go do the flagpole. It's cool. That's you know, it's there for you. As like the classic Mario 1 style of boss fight where just get past him and you're good. Thank you for the level, Space Meat Pod. That was very nice. We go ahead and hit complete. And then hit next. Get the next level up. And I'll do another card as I do so. Golden DBH is up. Again, 7:40 will be the lightning round, so that'll be in about 10-12 minutes. Card. Diablo 4 is coming out. I like 3, but I have doubts. Apparently that's like next week. Diablo 4 is. People say it's good, but I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I never played the original Diablo games before 3. I did play Torchlight, though, and I really didn't care for it that much. You know, how it handles, like, the upgrades and the skill trees and such. I liked it more in Diablo 3, where you had just, like, tons of moves to slot in, and you could just mix and match and just, you know, customize to your liking, you know, pretty freely. And I wonder if this new one is more restrictive. It does look like this time you have to choose which way you spec, and you have to choose certain moves you unlock, but it does still look like there's a lot of moves. And it also has that like old Diablo style thing of like, oh, you get like 1 out of 5, and you can put like 2 out of 5 to get like 2% more attack, which I see that and I go like, man, I you know, a 2% difference in attack doesn't mean very much to me, honestly. Give me like an ability or something that I get when I upgrade it. Like a second facet to it. That's what I want out of upgrades and skill trees. But people say it's really, really good. And I did look at the specs, like the minimum, like the recommended specs, and apparently the recommended for like normal settings is the same graphics card as I have in my machine. So I probably couldn't stream with it. Oh, also it requires like, though I will say the normal specs do say 16 gig RAM. I have 8 gig in my PC. Maybe I should buy another 8 gigs of RAM. Does RAM help with... I've been having some trouble recently with some things, you know, when I'm trying to do OBS and other things at the same time. Some things get a little chunky, you know? Like, I'm currently playing Hat in Time, and I'm playing it on PC during OBS. I wonder if more RAM would actually help that. I should ask people who know these things, you know, on Discords and such. Hello, Vermiano. How you doing? Sorry for being in my mid-sentence, you know. You understand. I like how you use the clouds there to form thought bubbles. That's really sick. I love that. I love that, Golden. That's really cool. But yeah, you know, I really like the last Diablo. Maybe though, I should get it on console though. I don't know. I'm not really like tied to PC for that game. You know, I've only played I've only played like one of the series, and I just so happened to play that on PC, but I could play console for this, and it would run perfectly good, and I wouldn't have to worry about it, presumably. You know, chugging or whatever. I don't know. I'll say again, the thing about, like, games coming out right now is that I am totally fucking in the middle of Tears of the Kingdom still. So, yeah, I don't know about that for now. I see how this works. Each of these rooms is going to give us a progressive power-up that lets us get to the next thing. Also, look at this. We could totally damage boost through this if we wanted. Honestly, this room in particular. On-off blocks are going to be the next thing. How does that work? What is that going to unlock for us? Can you suggest a level? How do you mean suggest? If you want to put in a level into the queue, do !add, and then the level code. The code of the level. And that will put it into the queue, and then when your level comes up, we will play it. What do I do with this? Oh, right, the thing. There you go. Space Meat Pod has the answer for you. A good thing about bombs is that when you go through doors or pipes, their timer resets. I learned like sometime in the course of streaming this game. I didn't know that originally, but I found out after a puzzle level required it. So, you know, if you ever need that sort of thing. Yeah, so you need the code or the maker ID of the person of the level in question. And specifically on Mario Maker 2. I mean, I have Mario Maker 1, but you know, I would have to I'd have to turn on my Wii U. That'd be a whole thing, you know. Specifically, we're looking for Mario Maker 2 stages here tonight. I don't think you can even, like, upload... Can you... The Mario Maker 1... Is that, like, you know, locked out now for, like, new stages? I think that you can't upload new stages to that anymore. But you can still play the ones that were there. If I'm not mistaken. Not 100% sure how that works. That's not how you do that. Hey, how about another card while we go through those areas I just got through? What color cars do y'all prefer? I saw a video talking about how car colors are much more homogeneous now, and how white is just overtook silver for like most popular, and you know, both very drab colors, really, you know? I'll say for my part, since I've gotten to the point where I actually, like, bought my own cars, or, well, I didn't buy my second car. I guess that was sort of a gift from my parents. But my third car, I bought that one. Since I've been, like, choosing cars, I've just gone with silver. I'm just basic. I don't really think about it that much, you know? White, silver, black are boring. They are, it's true. But also, it's cheaper and all that, and, you know, you can't go wrong with it. I'll say, I think my current car is like a lighter shade of silver than, the one I had previously. You know, more of a light silver, which I think, looks really nice. It's like, I think I heard at a certain point, like, my car that I drive is like it's like a Toyota, I think. It's like one of the most popular cars in America, so, you know. I'm not, like, standing out or nothing, you know, in one of the most popular colors of the most popular car out there. But, I just go basic. I will say I did have my first car was a, Subaru, what the fuck were they called? An Outback or something? I don't know what it was called. It was a, Subaru that had, like, the blue on top and, like, brown wood finish on the bottom. Was it called an Outback? I forget what it was called. But that car was used. It was from my grandma. My grandma owned it, didn't put any miles on it, and when it came time for me to like start driving, I got that one, and by God, it could barely like work. It was hard to start, hard to like drive in. How many cars have you wrecked? Totaled? Well, I'll say like there has been accidents with just about every car at some point, in their life. But I've had 3 cars, and they've all made it out of any accident well enough after the shop had a look at it. Though I will say once I did have a car where I like ran a curb really fast and just blew out the whole wheel on the right. What sort of happened was I ended up like approaching a red light at too fast a speed, and it was like, oh fucking shit! This is a red light! This isn't a through! And I was just like, turn left into it right now, and try to merge with traffic. And mostly that worked. But I did go right up onto the curb and like shredded my tires in the process. Oh my God, after that I was like, oh my God, I can't believe. A situation like that, it really puts the fear of God into you, It really just like scares the bejesus out of you. You know what I mean? Like, holy fucking shit. Anyway, after that, it went into the shop, and when it came out of the shop, it like drifted for a while, and I sent it back to the shop. They had a second go at it, and it still did it. I actually don't remember if it was like 2 visits or whatever, but after it came back from the shop, I took it to the dealer, and what they found was like, oh shit, this is all fucked up, and apparently it was a whole thing. Probably cost like someone at the dealer at the shop their job, because they fucked it up well enough where I could have, the suspension was fucked. Basically, it could have like gotten all fucked up at any time, even though it was supposed to be repaired after that, which it's fucked up. Anyway, I'm sure everyone is happy that I made it out of that okay. That one situation. There's a lot of times in traffic sometimes where, you see like, oh, the cars in front of me are stopping. I gotta switch to the next lane really fast without really looking, just in order to get the room to like stop. And, you do that and you somehow stop just in time. And it's like, oh, Jesus, I made the right choice. I don't know how instinctually I pulled that off in the moment. Sometimes I wonder, right, if it's just a thing of like a survival bias. And this might be a weird high concept thing, but if the multiverse exists, right, it would make sense if the only universe you existed in was the one where your reflexes acted perfectly, randomly, right? And all the other universes where you're like, oh, I'm going to the left, oh no, plop, those are the ones where you didn't make it, but the one where you do make the right decisions, and you do, like, somehow by the skin of your teeth, like, pull through, maybe that's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know. Or just like a nature of consciousness itself, that it can only exist in a universe where it doesn't die. That is a weird theory that I have about the world. A weird, like, crackpot sort of like, I wonder if that could work like this. Let me tell you how I sometimes wonder if the world could work. Is it such where, if there is one reality where you survive, is that just the one reality you perceive? And your reality just gets, like, thinner and thinner, and, like, less and less likely as you go forward in life, and, just, like, survive death encounters, near death encounters left and right, and so forth. Maybe that's a little silly. Maybe just, reflexes are just better than you think, at steering your car in the heat of the moment, They're just better than you think they are. You got, like, years and years of driving experience. Of course, you can make a life or death decision in a fraction of a second to pull that out. I don't know. It worries me sometimes, you know? And every time, man, I'll say it doesn't happen like all the time, but when it happens, you're like, holy fucking shit. Like, that could have been bad. You know? They should have called you and said it wasn't fixable in a short enough amount of time. I think they just didn't know. I like the mathematical universe hypothesis. Every mathematically self-consistent reality exists. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. I'm just saying for a consciousness, right? It would only exist in the one where it survived, so, you know, survivalship bias there, isn't it? And I have another, like, weird fun theory, which is like, oh, it'd be cool if, like, what if as, like, reality, like, as your slice of the multiverse got thinner and less likely, what if, like, the rules of reality broke down at a certain point, such that, like, oh, there is some reality out there where Hitler's still alive, because in that reality, it turns out superpowers are real, and, you know... But I guess then, like, where does that end? Is there a reality where we're like, oh, every cow in the world lives because there was a reality where, like, oh, the cow got a pardon? Is there a reality somewhere where every cow in the world got a pardon and got to live on? And then immortality for cows was invented somehow in that one tiny, unlikely universe for that one cow. I don't know. I don't want to get everyone's hopes up that they can live forever if they just believe it. Or if, you know, the multiverse so allows it. But, I don't know. Could happen. Who knows? That's a fun theory. It doesn't really work for, like, a fictional story, though. Or, like, a maybe you can make, like, a multiverse universe where that's how it works. I don't know. Maybe, like, people can travel from the thin universes and be like, okay, you actually died, but now you exist in the multiverse, and you're a multiversal being. Oh, wow. And then you can do a whole story from there, or something. I don't fucking know. I'm just thinking about stuff. That's what I'm doing. We finished that last level. Let me hit complete. Sorry, Golden. Sorry for not hitting complete in a timely fashion. Also, it is time for the lightning round here. Let's go ahead and get that up. Lightning round time, folks. Here we go. During the lightning round, we only have 5 tries to beat the level. 5 tries to beat the level. 7 for subs. And also, nice emote use there. Is that just that's just like the basic emoji. There's a follower emote for like the Thunder Rage as well. During the lightning round, only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes to us. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. 7 for subs, and also for the first person of the night, who is Droopman, who is Korn. So, for those users, they get bonus heads that come in a variety of forms. You can see there's a bunch of them. There's like ones from Mario games and ones that are not from Mario games. The ones that are not from Mario games are a bit more unlikely, but we'll see what we get. Randomizing it now. Yoshi. You got Yoshi, Droopman. Very good. Let's go ahead and get into it. I was about to spell corn into the thing. That's not right. That's not what the level code is. Anyway. Yeah, so that's some of the things I think about, like, when I'm in the shower or some shit, you know, or when it's late at night and I'm just wondering about stuff, you know. That is like my, ooh, what if it worked like that? That'd be cool, sort of thing. I don't think it's actually, you know, plausible, or like, you know, I don't have any, like, physics reason to think it would work like that, but I don't know. Consciousnesses are weird. Why shouldn't they, like, be stubborn in the way that they die? You know? If you told me that a consciousness was too stubborn, was like stubborn in death, and just refused to admit that it died, and just clung to the one reality where it didn't, I would say, like, yeah, that tracks. That makes sense. Maybe there is even an afterlife that is, like, just some multiversal shred that is, like, you know, a bunch of accumulated realities or something, and that could work sort of like a heaven. or something, you know, of like the narrowest wedges where like, oh, in this reality, everything except for the one person that was 4 broke down, so it's just that one person now who exists as their own one-off thing. Ooh, I like what you've done here. This is a dark water level using like a gleaming breams type situation. And since you said that DK33 is a game you know, Droop, I'm assuming that it could be an actual homage. That said, I think you also said that it was like your least favorite one, so maybe that wouldn't necessarily be the case. And the coincidence is, and the similarity is coincidental. I think some of the other games do have dark levels that work in the same way, right? There's isn't there a DKC1 level where you hit the barrel to light things up? That is, Loopy Lights, right? Loopy Lights? Except this is underwater, so... yeah, I think floodlit fish would be the go-to, given it's underwater. Hey, Lord Bowser!
Oh no!
Oh crap, I ran out of time! A timeout. I'll say, by the way, a timeout counts for multiple lives based on the timer, but it counts based on how many seconds the timer is. In this case, the timer is 100 seconds, so it counts as 1. So it's no different from a regular death, I'll say, for what it's worth here. How was the movie? How was the movie, Lord Bowser? By the way, when you watch the VOD later on, you'll see that you were mentioned in it, and there's a call to action in there as well. You'll see. It's a whole thing. I'm sure you'll find it very funny. You'll find it humorous, I hope. Otherwise, you know, sorry if you don't. I'm sure you will. You're a cool dude. It was good? So, you're saying it's good. I don't want to, like, read into that or nothing, but, like... was it not as hot as the first one, you would say? You know, come to think of it, I don't think I've rewatched the first Into the Spider-Verse movie ever. Shit, well, actually, no, I think I did. I think I would have maybe tried to make my parents watch it, but actually, come to think of it, I don't know if it was ever on a streaming service, so I don't know if I had. Can't wait to see it. It was a great movie. Okay. When you said good, I was a little worried. We're talking about Into the Spider-Verse 2. Because Into the Spider-Verse 1 was like, you know, fantastic. Oh, we have 12 seconds left, by the way. But that's more than enough. Thank you for the level, Droop. Also known as Corn. Is good for you. Oh shit, I just realized that how you're supposed to read that. Corn is good for you. I don't know if that's true. No. Alright, let's go ahead and hit complete. And hit next. That is AA Games 1 is up next. AA Games, go ahead and confirm. I haven't seen AA Games for a minute. Let me just go ahead and put at AA Games. There you are. All right. Very good. I don't know if it's good for you. I stopped eating corn. Used to be corn not nice. I stopped eating corn at a certain point because I realized, like, wait, this is like all carbs, right? You're supposed to be the ones that are, you know, not as healthy for you. And I was like, wait, and I don't like it, so what the fuck am I doing? You know? If I liked it, that would be one thing. I would eat corn. but if it was good for me, that would be one thing. But if it's bad for me and I don't like it, it's like, oh, get this fucking off my plate. Like, no way. Fuck that shit. Easy decision. Once I realized that. You know, it's like if you hated potatoes. And, you know, those really aren't good for you. So, yeah, it's not really part of a balanced breakfast. And also, you'll get it as part of just all sorts of items just as a course, just as a just as part of life, because it's, you know, in everything. Your friend wants your current name to remain? I mean, I don't mind it. It's just weird that I have to remember to say I'm sort of alternating between Corn and Droopman, and I don't know which way I should lean. Whatever, it's good. There. My throat is a little bit sore. But, if you whisper... I was about to give instructions how to whisper on Twitch. You two can figure it out, I'm pretty sure. Why are there 2 power-ups there? Whatever. This is some sort of puzzle? Okay. It's some sort of kill enemies puzzle. Huh. It's a fun little level. You do each room, and then the enemy limit after you clear it out allows for the muncher to spawn. That's nice. That's a smart design. These are pretty easy so far, but hey, whatever. Don't have to be hard. Get them over there, and then fuck up and drop them down. You played this? That's cool. I'm playing it as well right now. Yeah. Let me do another card as I am wont to do. Should cats eat veggies? I saw this on I saw a funny image of a cat eating corn. Quite coincidentally. Not jeez, I didn't know how well that would time up with the regular chat. But I saw a cute image of a cat eating corn, and I said in like a Discord chat, right, when that came out, that's probably bad for them. That cat should not be eating that corn. And people argued with me. And I tried to look it up to be like, no, they're carnivores, don't feed them corn. And then, you know, I did hear people saying like, oh no, there's totally like cat food with corn in it. And I do think that it's sort of a hard thing to look up, I'll say, because it seems like there's a lot of people like arguing one way or the other online for like a multitude of reasons. Like, oh no, they can have as much corn as they want, as much vegetables as they want. It's perfectly good and perfectly fine. And it's in cat food, so, you know, there you go. But, from what my understanding, I believe that, the main reason it's in cat food is because it's cheap, not because it's healthy. Cats, primarily, are meat eaters. They're carnivores. They need to eat meat to survive. You know? And the best corn can do is, like, supplement and, like, only barely. You know? Can't be as efficient as just, like, regular-ass meat. I'm pretty sure. You know? They're carnivores. That's what they are. That's what they do. Did you do Mario Maker 1 streams before this game was released? That's a good question, Droop Man. I started streaming last like 2 years ago, so no. I started streaming like in 2021, like late 2021. So this game was well out by that point, and I had played a good deal of it. And in fact, had even started my Super World at that point. The checkpoint should have refreshed our lives, by the way. Did I play the first Mario Maker? Yeah, I played a ton of it. I made a ton of levels as well. You know, if you ever play the levels that are on my profile and shit, you know, they're all pretty polished, I'll tell you. It didn't start that way. It took me a while to, like, get the knack of it, you know? And to, like, manage to make consistently great levels all the time, you know? Well, you know what? Use the... Fuck. You can use the Goomba to do that. I've made like a ton of Mario Maker levels. In fact, or Mario Maker 1 levels. Shit. In fact, like, 4 of my levels are just, in Mario Maker 2 are literal remakes of levels from that game, so, you know, I do have... So, like, a couple of them, you know, they're just straight remakes, and, fuck! Ass. Damn it. I don't know. I should put my original Mario Maker 1 code, like, profile code out there somewhere, so that if anyone wants to pull up that game and, like, have a look at those levels, you can. They're pretty good. There's some good ones in there. I do think overall I have improved as a maker, like, going from 2 to 1. You know, just because I have more experience now than I did then. And I think that the levels I make now are... Well, they have much more options, too, because... Again with that one. God damn it. Because, you know, Mario Maker... Because this game has, like, the 50 coins and stuff, which make great optional collectibles. Just, like, slip into every level. Obviously, in Mario Maker 1, I didn't have that, so all levels were just, like, you know, they didn't have that much in terms of, like, optional collectibles and shit. Which I think make them, overall, just a little bit weaker. And also, I do think that I've gotten better about managing difficulty as I've, you know, gotten more experience and gone on. How about I just, like, pop it into him like that? That's a smart way to do it, rather than throw it. I did a stream at some point. It was, like, all the Mario Maker 1 levels I ever did. I forget, like, when that was, or if that was, archived. Maybe, it's possible that was before I was archiving my, streams. But if that's available anywhere, hey, you can watch that and see each of the levels that I've made. Again, I don't remember when that was. Was that in November? If that was in November, it was archived. I really can't remember, though. Ooh. That's nice. That's a good one. Hopefully we get a Mario Maker 3. Yeah, that'll be fantastic. I also do, like, you know, selfishly think... Well, I say selfishly. I feel like, Mario Maker 3 comes out, this channel's gonna have a renaissance, you know? It's gonna be the moment to shine, right? At that point, it won't be just, like, people who are, you know... It won't be just us long-timers looking for, like, Mario Maker streams. Oh, that was a checkpoint. I need to refresh my doodads. It'll be everyone looking for Mario Maker streams, which will be pretty cool. I think we have a pretty good format, and that'll probably, you know, help us shine, you know? I think that, when Mario Maker 3 hits, whenever that does hit, oh boy, this channel's gonna be, in a good way. I think we'll get a lot of people coming by and checking us out and, hanging out and shit. That'll be a good time. I can't wait for that. And I think there will be a Mario Maker 3, you know? There's a Pikmin 4. They make games for sequels. They eventually, on a long enough time scale, they will make another in a series that's as popular as, you know, as this. On a long enough time scale. Might be on the Switch too, though, which, hey, probably like a couple years away, right? So, Mario Maker 3 might be like a couple years away. I'm worried they're gonna make a 3D Mario Maker. Oh shit, that would be like a easy, like, different direction. I think that would be too hard, is the thing. I feel like that just wouldn't work. You'd have to be like some sort of miracle maker to make that like fun and easy to use and like feel good. I'm not so sure about that, but I could see them wanting to do that, honestly. You're right about that. Very good level, AAA games. AA games, I'm sorry. Only one AA. I'm gonna hit complete and then hit next. Vermiano. There you go. That's how you say that. You are up. I'm gonna go ahead and at Vermiano. You are up. How do you make your fire wheel stand out? Yeah, Bowser's been having trouble recreating that fire wheel contraption you had. Confer with each other. Miano is here. Perfect. Let me do another card. Do y'all accidentally parse videos on YouTube on phone? They have this thing on YouTube on a phone now where if you touch the bar, like the bar with like the progress in it, you can like move it back and forth to parse the video. And I find I hit it accidentally all the time when I'm scrolling. Maybe not all the time, but like very often. Way more often than you should do. Orn's only done 4 and 8 apparently. Be hard to do with like the limited angles, maybe. I'm not sure. I guess with a fire bar, does it activate when the fire bar is like close to being on screen, or does it activate when the block is close to being on screen? It must be when the block is, otherwise you wouldn't be able to sync like fire bars that went in one direction versus the other direction, right? Would that be the problem? What was I saying? Yeah, I sometimes fuck that up when scrolling. I don't know. They should fix that. That's not a good UX. That's not good UX. That's bad UX. Suggestion to Google. Fix that shit. It's really just, probably not doing a good thing either, just to, like, be jumping ahead in videos that I haven't seen accidentally, you know? What if I want to watch that someday? I'll just start in the middle. That'll be weird. It's not a good use. That's not a good, like, not a good, like, you know, experience. 5 lives on the board. Let's go. Is some sort of puzzle level? Huh. I like this little section. That's fun. I don't know where I'm going. Okay, so there's this puzzle section. You can go up. This lets you get up through the thing. This coin wall. And now I have access to this, which is a mushroom. Look at that. Now, what can I do with the mushroom, I ask? Well, I can do this, and then that, and then... hat. What can I do with a hat, I ask? Well, go through that. Drop down here. What? Oh. Through here, get the on-off. Now, what can I do with an on-off, I ask? I'm gonna stop saying, I ask. That is not gonna be... That's a weird thing to say. I can do that. Now, I ask you, what happens if I go through this pipe? Well... Whoops. Good enough. Oh, we got a deep power here anyway. Is this a quiz, or is this, just like whatever one you want to ascend with? The boot would be the easiest one, I think. And also, Karibo's shoes are fun, so let's go with that. I suppose we have to watch our heads. That's the only thing. Watch our heads here. Oh shit, you know what? That reminds me. Oh fuck. Okay, maybe not as easy as I thought, just because of the whole head thing. I will say one thing. I'll say one thing that I've been, I recently disabled, I believe, the 30 minutes of Zelda, of shield surfing. I have re-enabled it, though I don't think I actually edited it, so I will note it's for Tears of the Kingdom now, not Breath of the Wild. That channel point reward is back. I was just holding off on enabling it for a bit because I wanted to get far enough into Tears of the Kingdom where I had enough, like, warp points ready to use for that, that thing. Damn it. And I think I've now gotten to that point, so... You know, that channel point is available once again. How about we do the star route? How about we do star route this time? I was gonna make a card for it, but I totally forgot to, I totally forgot that it's a thing. Until just a second. And sometimes, you know, these things slip my mind. That's why I make cards for them. So I can remember them later on when I'm, you know, live and, not thinking about things. Hell yeah, we got the star route. This is a cool thing. Just digging. A little bit of digging, but with spikes to avoid in the process. That's fun. That's good. A very unique spin on, like, the, you know, that level of, like, Super Mario World where you do basically the same thing. You're stuck for ideas on your final castle. I'll say, like, I'll tell you my ideas for my final castle, which is gonna be the Playtime Palace, as it's called, because it's, you know, it's gonna be in the toy block theme of you know, 3D World. The idea for that one is to have it so that every power-up is available. What the hell? We need to be little here, I think. The idea for that level is that, how the fuck do we get through this? The idea for that level is that there's gonna be a point where, like, every power-up is offered to you. You know, like, the boomerang, the cat suit, the fire flower, the hammer, all of them. You're gonna have the option of going through the level with 4 different power-ups, and, you know, your choice. So I think that'll be a fun way to, like, you know, mix up the final level in the Super World. Just to have it have, like, more versatility than any other level before it. There we go. I think that'll be fun, too. And like I said earlier, I gotta write that idea down with the car, to end with the car, because that's pretty good. What is this? We came back to the start here, but now we have the fire flower. I don't get it. We should go through the door, how about? That's kind of smart. Oh, that opened up a way back if we fucked it up or something. You're gonna do that? That's fun. Guess you know. It's a good thing to do to, like, mix it up a little bit and give the player, like, more power. And, I don't know what else I'm gonna do because that's, you know, that's 4 levels away. I mean, I can read my notes real fast from my Google Doc, like I did for the one I just finished, which, by the way, Lord Bowser, new levels up. Check it out. Let me see. Playtime Palace, bonus Biome 5. A choice of power-ups. All 4 main ones are offered to the player, mutually exclusive. That idea came from the beginning of 2022, so it's like a year and a half old by this point. And with Meowser that is beaten by grabbing the flagpole. Maybe let players return to the power-up room a second time with red-blue blocks closing off the other exits. So you could have it so that, you know, you could return to that later in the level. You know, maybe if there's, like, a checkpoint. Or, like, to get a second thing. I have written here extendos. That basically means, that's my fun word for exclamation point blocks. I want to do some exclamation point blocks, because that is fun. Blinking blocks determine what spawns. They bounce out depending on which side of this, depending on the status of the block. In the second half, maybe pipes to enemies based on the blink block. I don't know if that one's gonna work. That one sounds like it's a little, that's too random. That's too random right there. To have it so that the enemies are based on the timing Like, no, let's be real. Let's be normal. Nah, I don't know about that one. Let's do Koopas. What the fuck does that mean? Let's do Koopas. What did I mean? That was last November. That wasn't, well, that was like 6 months ago, but what the fuck does what if invisible blocks under transparent pipes so you have to hit them in order to enter, basically? Well, that's not a bad idea. And also I should do transparent pipes since it wasn't, I don't think I've done them in the Super World yet. Yeah, I don't think I have. And I should because they're a pretty important part of the 3D world aesthetic. Hello, Antho. There we go. Adding letters. And I'm going to put here, car sequence for the finale. It's optional and also mostly for flavor. Perfect. Okay, I have written that down now, so I will not forget that good idea that we had tonight for that level. Playtime Palace. All right. That was Vermiando's level. Let's go ahead and refresh our lives and hit complete on that, and hit next. Lord Bowser, you are up. And again, the new level is up. Look at it there. Enter that code in, and you can play it. Droopman apparently was going for world record. That's why the clear rate shot down a little bit. He was trying multiple attempts and shit. Let me do another card while I get up Lord Bowser's thing. What do y'all think of warps in levels? This is sort of an old-timey thing, you know? Not really something that's done in Mario Maker levels, much less modern platformers, but, you know, back in, like, the original SNES days, DKC levels often had, like, a warp that warped to the end. I always thought they were weird, you know? Especially since they were only for, like, the first couple levels of the game, you know? Like, for the first world or two, like, what? Huh? Why? You know, these are the easy ones. Why have that as a thing? I do think some of them are, like, iconic, right? Like, the barrel canyon one is, like, iconic. Like, going over the whole barrel field just like in several cannon blasts. That is fun. That is cool. But the ones where it's just like, oh, it's a warp barrel, it takes you to a room, and then you're at the end. That's, I just don't go for. I just don't get that type of, you know, barrel cannon situation. Fuck my mushroom. What else is up? There's also, of course, warps in the sense of, like, you know, like Mario Brothers, where it warped you, like, several worlds ahead. Which, I don't know, that's fine. I prefer the Super Mario World ones where it's more organic. And, of course, like, the new Mario games do have such warps, where, like, warps you to different worlds. I guess, actually, it depends on the game. Like, New U has, like, map-based warps and stuff, where, you know, like, Star Road style, where, or, like, just going to another world style. You know, like, there's like warps in Mario World other than the Star Road, but like I think some of the other Mario new games had like, oh shit, we have 20 seconds left. We gotta hustle. There we go. Okay, good. Gotta pay attention there. Some of the other Super Mario World just have it so that like, oh, it's a cannon. It takes you to like a special warp world or something that's like shorter or something, or bypasses a world. I don't know. I've only played New Super Mario Bros. 2 like once. I didn't have the original New Super Mario Bros. On DS. Kind of funny that I didn't, actually. I know. You'd think I would have played that one, but I didn't. Hey, you know, maybe we could have that as a stream game at some point. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a legal copy of it, so I would have to, you know, attain one. You know, in order to be like, you know, right with it, you know? You know what I mean? You wouldn't want to do it dirty. Well, I don't know. Used copy. What is the value of getting a used copy? Nintendo don't get any of that money. What do they care? Was it on the Wii U shop? I should have gotten it on the Wii U shop. It's closed now, right? Shit, it's closed now. Maybe they'll put it out on, like, Switch or something eventually. DS emulation or something. You know, like they did with GBA. It's possible. I don't know. Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. Next up. Corn. We can do another card. Corn. Was just talking about warps, yes. Fucked up going about warps. Let's talk about Tears of the King. I'll say this about warps. If I was making a platformer, like a proper honest-to-God platformer, probably wouldn't put in warps. I just think they're kind of played out, I don't know. And also just, they're like one of the few elements that I look at like DKC2 at and go like, honestly, didn't need the warps. And I think it's weird, and it does take away, I think, from a lot of speedruns, you know, where they're like, oh, you know, we're going to take all the warps in the first 2 worlds, obviously, because they're faster. I'm just like, well, what if I would like to see the first 2 worlds because they're fun levels? You know? I would love to see you, like, just tear through them normally. I guess that's what no warps is for. But that also takes away from the, you know, the unintended warps. I feel like there should be a category that's like, no intended warps, but unintended warps are fine, you know? Glitches, those are fine. I think those are fun, but the intended ones, I think that's just a little weak. Tears of the Kingdom. God damn, that game is good. Playing a ton of it in my time off, you know, I say time off. When I'm not streaming or working, I'm playing a lot of that for the most part. You know, while I'm watching GDQ, I'm playing some of that. It's goddamn good, y'all. I've gotten, like, most everything explored. You know, I've explored, like, most everything. I've done, like, most all of the main quests, except for the final beat the game one. And I've figured most things out. Now I'm just, like, exploring, finding things. You know, finishing the map of a certain place that, you know, you might know. Doing shrines. It's fucking good. I'm having a hell of a good time with it. I'll say, you know what's come to think of it, one thing that I don't know yet. This is like relative. I'm gonna be like try to be as relatively spoiler free as possible, but there's some places where there's like ancient Hylian text or something, and I still don't know what the fuck you do with those things or what they do. It's just a total mystery to me, and I really love how there's just a couple of total mysteries still left in the game that I have no clue on. And there's some things where it's like, okay, it's probably like get you an outfit or something. I just don't know where you turn in. Like, I'm still collecting. I don't know where the bubble gems, I don't know what those are for. They're for something, I'm sure, but I haven't found it yet. I need to do, like, more side quests. The side quests are all really good. I like the characters in the side quests. The side adventures, I need to, like, do a bunch of those, I think. Hello, BMT. How you doing? Let's continue from where we left off in the Super World. Hell yeah. All right. 5 tries, as you know. Having a hell of a good time with it. Still mostly spoiler free. but also I'm totally like right near the end. I don't know like when I'm gonna actually try to like go to the end and finish it off, and I don't know if there's like a post game. I assume, you know what? I'll say there's gotta be a post. Great. There's gotta be a post game in there where once you beat Bowser, jeez, I said Bowser. Once you beat the main antagonist of Tears of the Kingdom, which can I just say Ganondorf? He's all over. You've seen him. He's in trailers. It's fine. They put him in trailers and shit. It's him. I don't know like when I'm gonna go beat him. I don't know if he's like a skeleton or something. I don't know. He's in like that in some of the cutscenes. Maybe he's recovered by now. I don't know if like once you beat him you can just go back into the world and explore. But you know, I'm probably gonna do that at some point. I want to get the quest related to like the stables done. Those probably seem like good ones to do, especially since they unlock like a sticky suit. Which is it a spoiler to say there's a sticky suit that lets you climb up when it's rainy? Probably fine, right? Probably fine. We have 85 seconds here, but this is a platform level, so it must be. We must be like you know, on time. Have I done a snake block level in my super world? Yes, I did one level involving snake blocks, though they were short, and just sort of, you know, just sort of like, oh, you step on them and then you have to jump on them like 2 seconds later, and then jump off them to the next thing. Not really like long sequences like this level has, but you know, I've used them at least. I can say that. I'll tell you, I don't think I really want any more platform level stuff in my super world. Like, I feel like one platform level is good enough. You know, it's good enough for DKC2. If half a platform level is good enough for DKC2 in Clobber Carnage, then it's good enough for my super world as well. You know, you don't have to go overboard like DKC, where platform levels just become like the main thing after a certain point, right? That's overkill. Just one half even. Plenty good. That there is a castle. How about that? Go ahead and hit, I'm gonna hit next because this is a maker code. Antho. Just confirmed, so perfect. Let me do another card. Have y'all seen tips, tricks videos for Tears of the Kingdom? So, follow up on the Tears of the Kingdoms talk. I have seen a number of like viral social media like tips videos, right? For like Tears of the Kingdom stuff. And I'll tell you, I watched one of those. And after that, all my YouTube recommendations, I say all, there were a lot in my YouTube recommendations of other videos, some of which I consider to be very spoilery. You know, some that were just like, oh, you can go get the Master Sword with X hearts or something, right? I'm just looking at that going like, well, I don't know where the Master Sword is, and that seems to me like something I very much don't want to know. What the fuck? And, you know, eventually I did find the Master Sword, and I realized, like, well, fucking obviously, if you know where it is, you can go get it. That's... I didn't need to be told that. I don't think anyone really needed to be told that. Honestly, that's just a straight up spoiler. That's just straight up something you can discover. It'd be like an Outer Wilds video saying like, go to Dark Bramble right away. And it's just like, yeah, you can go to Dark Bramble right away if you know how to survive there. And finding out is like most of the video game. That is like a lot of the appeal. So what the fuck? Shut up. Why are you like this? And I told YouTube, like, stop showing me this shit. Stop showing me. No. And I've been trying since then to, you know... Oh, shit, I see how this works. Trying to avoid such things. I will say, even from that one video, I was spoiled on a few things, right? like that video did like tell me about bloom seeds, which I didn't realize were a thing, you know, until the video mentioned it, which really made the depths easier to go into, it turns out. I'm really glad they didn't mention the other thing that's important to the depths, or else I would have been very unhappy. That's a spoiler to me. I was really glad to organically discover the other thing that's in the depths, or everything else that's depths related, you know? Wait, there was 2 lives there, wasn't there? 1, 2. Gotta remember to count them off. Getting careless here. Sorry. Am I like one... Am I like... What the hell? What the hell is this? I'm confused about this one right here. Okay, last try here. And I'll say, by the way, you know, don't be afraid. Even if we cannot complete a level. Why do those guys not jump very high? That's weird. Shouldn't they be jumping, like, much, much higher?
Oh no!
I'll say a thing about the lightning round, by the way, which is that don't feel like this burns up the level. You know, you can absolutely resubmit it tonight or another night based on your discretion. Or you could give me something new, whatever you prefer. Thank you for the level, that seems cool. I'm not sure how you deal with those guys in the second room there, but oh, you need to know 3D world techs. If there's a specific tech I needed to know, what would it be? Like some sort of hover thing? Like some sort of spin thing? Maybe? Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit, I'm gonna refresh our lives. I'm gonna hit next. Lord Bowser is up again. Let's go, Lord Bowser. LHN 9T6 FVF. There you go. Lord Bowser, you ready to go? Let me pull up a card and talk about what's on it. Did you see Marvel Snap next season preview? There was a preview for the next season of Marvel Snap today, which I thought was really exciting, really good. There's a couple of strong move cards, a new mode, and missions, which apparently just sound like ways to get more tokens by doing like side missions on the weekends, which sounds good to me. The mode is apparently like a ranked, not like a ranked mode, like a arena type mode based around the conquest. That's basically like you play multiple games against one person, and it's a whole thing. That sounds fun. I never got the chance to do the mode that you play against friends in Marvel Snap, so to say that they took that mode and made it into a online mode of matchmaking that sort of works like the Hearthstone Arena, where you have to win like a certain amount of times to like prestige and shit, and like move up from one tier to the next or something. That sounds pretty good to me. That sounds pretty fun. There's also a couple of strong cards which I really like to look up, and I'll show them right now. I have a thing set up so I can show them. Look at that. The ghost spider removes the last card you played. The last card you played moves to the location you played Ghost Spider in, so that's kind of just like a better Doctor Strange, more reliable Doctor Strange to me, which is going to be super handy in a lot of move decks, I think. That's just a top tier move card. That's the one that you get for the Battle Pass, which is nice, so, you know, basically anyone who's paying money will get that. I will get that. There's also Spider-Man 2099, which destroys a card the first time it moves to a location. An enemy card. That seems really fucking cool, especially paired up with Ghost Spider. I want that. Silk moves every time something is played in its location. Sure, whatever. And Spider Ham turns the highest card in your opponent's hand into a pig, which just basically takes away all its abilities. which could be good or bad, depending if it had bad abilities, for instance. I'm really looking forward to the season. That sounds fun, you know. With every season they've done in Marvel Snap, they basically like reignited a deck archetype that hasn't seen that much play in a while. And in this case, this seems like they're trying to do that for a move, which is a fun deck, you know. So I'm looking forward to doing some move stuff, doing some move action. And one thing I'll say that's really weird about it is that in Marvel Snap, there's like different series, and Series 5 is the most rare, and Series 4 is like slightly less rare, and then Season 3 is like anything, you know, it's like not rare at all. And previously, they've been launching stuff into Series 5, and eventually moving it down into 4, and then moving it down into 3. But they recently said like, well, we might try releasing cards into Series 4 to start with, which, honestly, the Marvel Snap scene sort of shit a brick over. It was like, what? You can't do that! You have to put the cards in 5 down to 4 first! God damn it! I was waiting for the ones in 5 to come down to 4! Oh no! And, you know, I honestly thought it was no big deal. I thought it was fair, you know? Like, oh yeah, you know, if they release some Dookie, some card that's not very good, you don't want it to be the most rare. Like, that doesn't make sense, and also cost the most tokens. Like, no, you probably want it in Series 4 to start with, just because it's, you know, a little bit dookie. A little bit shit, you know? And I'll say, they're releasing Spider-Man 2099 and Silk, or no, and Spider-Ham into, 2099 and Spider-Ham into, Series 4 to start with, which, those two cards look very, very good. So, goddamn, they're actually putting good cards into Series 4 straight up. I thought it would be a case where, if they ever had cards again, like, I'll say the cards from like the start of the year were really shit. Were basically unplayable. So I always thought it would just be a thing where if they had cards like that again, they would just release them into Series 4 and have that be it. But they're releasing good ass cards into Series 4, which I think is very nice of them. And I think that the Marvel Snap YouTubers that like freaked out over this shit, over the changes, were like really out of place. Not out of place. They were out of line, I think. And probably also to some extent, like, looking for that engagement, you know? Oh, everything's horrible right now. Please click this video where I complain about it. And I do think I clicked some videos where people were complaining about it, so I guess, you know what? It works. So who am I to argue? I know that SEO is a thing, and you all have to worry about it, and I have to worry about it as well as a streamer. That is, you know, part of life, you know? I'm probably gonna call this VOD, like, Friday evening viewer levels, upload time or some shit, right? I'm not gonna call it, like, I think previously I would have called it something like Friday evening viewer levels and uploading Sunburn Sanctuary. I think it's a little more clean and a little more SEO if I just say it's upload time as the title of it, you know? Maybe sounds a little more title-y, you know? You don't have to be clinical and include the name of the level in there, do you? I don't know. Oh, I like what you've done there with that 30. That was a really nice little moment of risk. It's fun to take a risk in a level, is the thing. That's the heart of what a 30 coin should be. A risk to take. 10 coins should be, and maybe I'm just, you know, this is my belief. 10 coins should be like a little just demonstrating you understand the mechanics. 30 coins should be a risk and also you understand the mechanics. Oh shit, I need to hit the on-off blocks. And 50 coins are like a secret, and also you need to probably understand the mechanics as well. This is a fun boss. What have you done here? Good level. Anyway, that's enough Marvel Snap talk. Defeat Bowser Jr. But you said BJ. When I think BJ, look, corn. When I think BJ, dude, I haven't played Paper Jam. I really hated the first Sticker Star, and I swore off the extended Paper Mario series. I have not played. Paper Jam is the Mario and Luigi one. I also didn't play that one either. I didn't really like Dream Team that much. I sort of burned out really early, so I ended up not getting Paper Jam or the remakes either. I'll tell you, I did like playing the actual Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga on GBA Online. I think that it doesn't really need a remake. It's perfectly good as is. But, you know, I was kind of out of the loop as far as those final Mario and Luigi games. Paper Junior and regular Junior team up, and you refer to them as PB and J. Dream Team has a bad beginning. I just don't know if it gets good or anything. I found it to be very monotonous and very just like, okay. You know, I recently replayed Mario and Luigi since it was on GBA Online. And I found it to be very, very, very well paced. Very, very fast paced. Every area sort of moves and gets you to the next one before too long. Whereas I think over time the levels got longer and longer and longer and longer. And it's, you know, I think that the third one, Bowser's Inside Story, is amazing insofar as like playing as Bowser is really fun. But I also think that the bros parts in that really drag, and even by then, I think the pacing had gone to shit. Even if playing as Bowser was so rad, it almost single-handedly saved the game. Mostly single-handedly saved the game for me. I don't think I have it as like a 5 in my books, but maybe like a 4, which is, you know, saying something considering I did really hate the Mario parts, but I loved the Bowser parts. Paper Jam is very fun if you have the amiibo. What the fuck does that mean? How does an amiibo make a game fun? What? Huh? Who is next? Next up is BMT. BMT, you are up. Can I at BM? Let me at BMT. You are up. Let me do another card and talk about it as I do. I've been rereading / re-listening to Hunger Games. Yeah, so I mentioned last Friday that I was listening to the Hunger Games, to a podcast that I love, the Shriekcast, the Shriekcast, as they're called, the Shrieking Shack podcast, a Harry Potter reread podcast for lapsed fans that is no longer a Harry Potter reread podcast. They're now doing Hunger Games, and they haven't read it before, so it's all new to them, but I've read it before, and I love it, and I've decided to start reading alongside their reread, and, you know, they've just gotten up to the Hunger Games themselves, and I'm really looking forward to whenever the next episode is. It's either tonight's, like, after the stream, or it's, like, next Friday, and I hope it's tonight. I hope they're weekly now. I'm not sure if they're weekly or bi-weekly, but, I'll just do the next card right here. Shout out to the Shriekcast. The Shriekcast is a fantastic podcast. One of my favorites. I'm a Patreon of theirs. I sub to them on Patreon. I really like them. They're one of my favorite podcasts, and I've actually re-listening to their Harry Potter reread like multiple times. And I'll say, I think this Hunger Games stuff is as good as a book reread thing as they've had since they finished Harry Potter. They did some Twilight stuff, which I think was fun, but not as good for me, since I have never read those books or seen those movies. I have no context. But I know Hunger Games very well, so I am very much enjoying this reread, and I think it's just laden with good experience and stuff. I don't see BMT in the chat. Should I do another? Hang on. Let me exit course. We're not gonna count that, but I'm gonna put us into sudden death for now, and we'll do. I'll do one more card really quickly, just to give BMT another minute to chime in. Also, shout out to Yori Yori Boys and the You Like It to Hear It family of podcasts. That's another podcast crew I like and I sub to on Patreon. I give them $5 a month, and I think they're a damn good podcast. They do podcasts such as they do like a Game of Thrones podcast, post Game of Thrones. They also covered that last season of The Good Show, The Good Dragon Show, which they were as surprised as anyone to find out was really good. And currently, they also have podcasts such as Hello Pyromaster, such as Yori Yori Boys, a JoJo podcast, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. They're currently going through part 6, which it's been a long time since that came out, so it's kind of fun to listen to that shit again and see them finally go through it. And also, they do bonus podcasts as well. And they've done other podcasts in the past, such as I said, post Game of Thrones. They have Chance Ball, a sports anime podcast that's pretty good. And yeah, they do bonus podcasts. They are a new bonus podcast, which is for like anyone who gives them any money. I think it's any money, but I give them $5, so they read my name at the end of every podcast episode, which I like to hear. It is true to their name. If you they go by like You Like to Hear It on Twitter. PGOT Family of Podcasts, also called PGOT Family of Podcasts. I like to hear when my name is read aloud at the end of every episode. But the new thing that they do is apparently called 3-Star Special, where they try to find a movie that is like a good 3-star movie that they all agree is 3 stars on average. And so far they have not been successful, at least in the one episode I've listened to so far. So that's fun. That's a good idea for a podcast, I think. Just trying to find the most average movie that you possibly can and do a recap podcast thing on it. That's fun. Thank you for Level, the Happy Lappy. I do not see BMT here. It's time now to go ahead and do the sudden death. That was buying time. Time was successfully bought. Now it's time to do this in one go. There's a fish! What is that fish doing there? Well... Oh, you need to kill 4 of them. Okay, I gotta do that multiple times then. Great. Well, that's not so bad. I just gotta jump real good right now. What is the deal here? This is not a challenge. This is easy. This one right here. I'm ready to jump. Fuck it. Thank you for putting in the level, BMT. You know how we do things here. I think I have mentioned before, but if you're not here, we do so in sudden death. But you know, if you had been here, we would have had 3 whole more tries. So, you know, I think we could have done that in 3 more tries. But I guess we won't find out right now. I will say again, even if I fail a level, even if we can't finish it, you can still resubmit it. Tonight, another night, your discretion. It's all cool. So long as the queue is open, which it currently is. A pump and dump GGR level? I don't know what that means. Happy Lappy. No, I don't know. Corn! Corn, you are up! One's been pretty good about you know what, let me @ Corn just to be safe. Also known as Droop Man. The Corn formerly known as Droop Man. Okay, there you are. Perfect. I don't know why I started typing. I need a thing that, like, just... I need to make it so that the viewer levels actually etch the person as part of it. I wonder if I can set that up. I mean, I probably can. I don't know. Let's see now. Another card while I pumped in this code. Shout out to Mitch Tolkoto. I think these are a little out of order. I meant to do this one first. I've been watching Giant Bomb's Blight Club. Congratulations to Mitch Tolkoto for finally beating RoboCop, which turns out is a bad game. Bad game from the Xbox era. Blight Club is a feature on Giant Bomb where they play really, really, really bad games, and they also have been, at least in the recent past, having to wear some ridiculous outfits based on the games they're playing. And have a look at this, y'all. There is Mitch Tolkoto dressed as RoboCop to play RoboCop. RoboMitch, as he's called. And he has not seen RoboCop, so that'll be a fun watch party with over on Giant Bomb, I'm sure, whenever they get the chance to do that. And I hope he likes it, considering that his brand is now, his like personal brand and shit, is now irrecoverably associated with RoboCop. I hope he likes it. That's what I'm gonna say. Oh, and let me do, well, you know what? That's perfectly good for the like, I'm gonna do the shout out. Tolkoto. That should be it, right? That's right? Let me check. Is that Tolkoto? That's Tolkoto, right? It's just Tolkoto. I need to check and make sure. Tolkoto. Yep, that's right. That's him. Apparently, his avatar is like him in like Sora getup, but we all know him as the guy who is the robots on the Giant Bomb feature. That is cool. Tolkoto, cool dude. I think I've done a few raids on him as well. Anyway, that's a fun feature. I enjoy watching people play the bad games, and you know, they're good folks over there at Giant Bomb. I like it a lot. One of my favorite outlets, though. I don't watch as much as I used to, like back in the day, but the features that I do watch, like Blight Club and Demo Derby, in which they play like demo tapes, like from the demo discs from like the PlayStation era, which is pretty fun and cool to see. Like, oh, here's a bunch of like punk metal, you know, like trash metal music from like the aughts.
Oh no!
What the fuck? And just some, 2000s ass PS2 games. It's a good scene. Thank you for the follow. How do you say that? Let me. Rose Kesu? Not sure how you say that, but thank you for the follow, Rose. Nonetheless, I appreciate it. And I'll say, by the way, we're at like what? 479? We're like 21 subs. 21 follows away from 500 followers here on Twitch. Specifically on Twitch. YouTube is like really far away. Fucking what? Is like really far away. Let me show this thing. Let me pull up this panel. This thing on the docket. Check this shit out, y'all. Let me tell you about a plan we have once we get up to 500, which we're 21 away from. That'll be the 500 follower stream plan, in which I'll do like what I'm gonna call the Rareware Roulette, which will be a BizHawk Shuffler stream, where I play 7 Rareware games, switching between them every minute or two. That'll be like a big Sunday stream whenever we get 500 followers. So look forward to that. That'll be a good time. We're nearing that, actually, at this point. I am very, very excited about that. I am reasonably excited about that. I'll say reasonably. I think that's going to be a fun time. I'm probably going to have to set up a few things before. It probably will be a somewhat difficult setup. But it'll be fine. It'll be worth it. It'll be a fun little thing that we do. I am wondering if I should add more games, but I do think these 7 are good. You know, all 3 Banjo games, all 3 like SNES DKCs, and also it's Mr. Pants as the wild card. I think that's a good lineup. And also I feel like, you know, not as many people know Grunty's Revenge, so I think that'll be of interest to a lot of people, even ones who know like the other main games in that lineup. And I'll say Grunty's Revenge, it's like, what did I give it on Backlogged, I wonder? I'm gonna say like it's either a 4-star or a 5-star. I'm not sure where I stand on it. If I'm generous, if I'm generous about it, I'd say 5 stars. If I'm being like, but if I'm being like a little bit severe on it, I'd say 4. Okay, I said 4 stars on it. Honestly, it's decent. You know what? That's the problem with it. It's just decent. It's not like extraordinarily good, but it is decent. It is 4 stars. It's fun to run around and collect all the things. Oh, you know what? I just saw what I wrote there in the review, and it's true. It is a little heavy on minigames. That's probably why I marked it down to a 4. The minigame factor. Yeah, if it had like fewer minigames and more worlds and more like isometric platforming focus. Rose, it's true. We have a Discord. It's quite nice. You can get all sorts of things there. I should take the now out of that Nightbot message, since it's been like what, probably like a year since that Discord went out, actually, at this point. It was like last August, wasn't it, that I added the Discord? Last July? I think it was like last July, so we've had that for a while, actually. Though I think also it did exist before that, but it was just for like Discord, like you know, Twitch integration, so that I could have the emotes that are sub emotes on Discord as well, which, you know, is a very nice feature of Twitch. That if you're subbed to anyone and they have a Discord integrated, you get to use their emotes for free on any channel. Which I'll say, as the streamer in question, yeah, I get to use all my own my own emotes for free on any channel in question. It rules. It's great. If you're curious what those emotes look like, they look like this. Oh, aren't they nice? Snow World set for the Snow World? Apparently. Thank you for level. I'm going to hit complete and next. Next up is Pyromaster. Pyromaster, go ahead and confirm. Yeah, I really love all my emotes. They're very, very handy, and I'll tell you, I love to use them myself. You know, Bowser High, I think, is my favorite. It's just perfect for saying hello in any channel that you go to, in any, you know, after any raid, or like just, you know, tuning in, whatever. And the rest of them are pretty fucking good as well. I'm quite happy with the whole lineup. Honestly, I could use more slots, because then, like, the brain, which, you know, it's always good to have a brain for, like, a big brain emoji kind of thing, would be able to move up to tier 1. I would like that a lot, but there's, you know, there's simply not room. What would you displace for it? Maybe the moon, but I like the moon as, like, a good night thing, you know? Anyway, let me get the docket down. Which, by the way, again, I'll say, that is a relatively new docket. Used to be, you know, there was an earlier version of the docket. Skip your level temporarily? Why would we want to do that? Okay, you know what? You're the boss, so... to do that, what is the thing to skip a level? There's like a command for that. I don't have it programmed into my Stream Deck over here. Okay, it's not dismiss. It is, you're right, they might be busy. I'm gonna do, what is it? Bump or something? Postpone, I think it's postpone. There we go. You've been moved to the end of the queue. Happy? Okay. Yes. I should probably program that into my Stream Deck so I can just do that at a push of a button. But it comes up, you know, so rarely, you know? Let me see now. Okay, next up is the Happy Lappy, who is right there. I'm gonna do another card as I pull up a thing. Nearly done rewatching Comic Girls and Fire Force, two anime that have never been said in the same sentence before. Well, maybe, I don't know. Comic Girls is a slice of life, wherein it's about a bunch of girls who live in a dorm and they draw anime or draw manga and they go to high school. And Fire Force is a shonen about guys who have fire-based powers and fight fire monsters. Been rewatching both of them. One is like just, you know, I like to rewatch the slice of lives. I like to rewatch a slice of life now and again. Shield Surfer for 30 minutes in Breath of the Wild. Oh shit, that got hit immediately after being re-enabled, huh? After this level? Let's do after this level, okay? Or should we do it... The spirit of the thing is to do it as soon as it's redeemed, so... After the level. Yeah, let's do after the level. I'm nearly done rewatching these two shows. They are very good. I'm enjoying them. And, you know, I'll say when I'm nearly done rewatching something, I like to write a review on, like, Anylist.com, you know, write, like, a letterbox style review and put it into the notes field of that site so that anyone can see it. And also put it into the reply for the thing. Because of that, it tends to be a longer process to watch the thing and then write a really good review, you know, versus like, if I wasn't finishing it, I could just watch it and relax and not think about anything. So, nearly done with those. I might finish them sometime over the weekend, but I really don't know if I'm gonna find the time. Holy, what the fuck? How did you do this? What the fuck is this? What? How did you do this thumbnail? What the hell? You know, a little bit of black magic? I'll say, this is not... Thumbnails like this are not usually possible. The other ones are normal. But I have never seen such thing. Which one speaks to me? Temporary uploads, okay. This one kind of looks like is this one based on Calvin and Hobbes? What is this one based on? Let me see if this one makes it bigger. Maybe not, just, you're welcome to download them all if you want to, like, see them more. It's just Link in a Chain Chomp. Okay, nothing fancy. Holy shit. After this level, we are gonna switch over to a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom, just to do some surfing downhill. Nothing else for 30 minutes. And I'll tell you what the next one of those incentives is gonna be, by the way, after that comes back. It's gonna be 30 minutes of one WarioWare microgame of the Redeemer's choice. Now, I will say, that one's going to be very expensive. That one's going to be a lot of channel points. That one's going to be a premium because, holy shit, y'all. You could pick out a fucking bad WarioWare game for me, if you so pleased. Geez, I really don't know. I'm going to go with God. I'm going to go with Monty Mole's God on this one. Let's go with that one. Oh, you know what? Actually, you know, I just uploaded a level link that also had Chain Chomps in it. Never mind, I'm gonna go with the Chain Chomp level. That's actually, it's gonna be interesting from like a A-B standpoint, like, what's up with this level? How does it compare to my level? That also happened to use a lot of similar ideas. Or at least, you know, some of them. Maybe not exactly the same. Alright, this is normal. Pretty clear how this is supposed to work. Alright. Chain chop needs to weigh it down. Thank you for hitting me with stuff. I always appreciate that, as you know. Shit. Huh. I re-enabled that, tonight. The whole, I re-enabled that tonight, the whole, like, shield surfing thing. Just because, I've had enough time now where I'm able to... I think I'll be able to, like, go anywhere I'm needed to, like, do some shield surfing, right? And also, we can just use the towers if all else fails, so it'll make sense. Yeah, it's a pretty expansive puzzle level. It's been about 2 years playtesting it. Holy shit. That's impressive. I think I need to put the thing right there. Is that right? No, right here? Oh, right here. Perfect. Okay, there we go. This is a very cool level, by the way. You're right. It's does some really cool shit. Are you supposed to be able to pull the chain chomp through walls like that? Oh, man, any of this could be, like, glitchy, and I would just have no idea. It's really cool, though. Glitchy or not. The chain chomp is not normally this docile. Oh, okay. And that gives it some weird properties as far as, like, hitboxes go, then. And I can imagine this being, like, a nightmare to playtest, like, you know, something goes wrong and you're just like, you know... If, like, it was very easy to, like, fuck this up into soft lock or something, that would be, like, really frustrating, so I'm happy you spent the time to make that work. What am I doing here? Making good levels with glitches leads to chaos very quickly. What are we doing here? How do I get him down? How did I get him down the first time? I think maybe... Can I just, like, walk through him? Hello, Pyromaster. Tell you what, Pyromaster. We got a thing that happened since the last, since your level was, put into the queue, I will say. After this level, I have to do 30 minutes of shield surfing due to a channel point redemption. But, I'll tell you, even if you're not here, we will do your level in full lightning round style. It's a rare thing. It costs a lot of channel points, I will say, to do that, so please be assured it is, they paid for this. And also, it's been on the docket, it's been in the cards for, like, months. So, you know, it's cool to finally see it get redeemed. Toadettes? Okay, at this point, I cannot die. Ooh, don't go there. So, just... Okay, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go into settings and do the thing. I expect you to die twice the time. Oh shit, I didn't think about that. Maybe after the next time... Next time we should die after the next checkpoint, just to refresh. This? Oh, here we go. Up. Well... Okay, cool. It's right there. Oh, we can do an up jump here. Here's a POW for us. which we can use to do a thing, right? What? What did that do? That cleared up this part, which allows you to do this thing, and releases up a bomb, which is gonna explode on the thing, and do the on-off. Oh, look at that. That's nice. What is Shield Surf? Basically, I'm gonna go into Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm just going Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Do you want to undo that? What do you mean? Oh wait, did you accidentally hit that or something? Okay, that was an accident. Okay, I can undo that for you. Don't worry, I'll refund your stuff. At some point, someone is gonna force me to do that. It's just a fun channel point thing where it's like high dollar. You just randomly bought that. It's supposed to be very expensive, so you would think twice about doing such thing. But you know, hey, you know, I understand you have a lot of channel points. I could still do it. Up to you. Up to you. If you want me to do it, say the word. I can refund those points to you if you want them back. It did cost quite a bit, I will say that. I think it was like 6,000. Would people be upset with it? It's your channel points, man. It's up to you. Yeah, this is really neat. It's your decision, as it's your channel points after all. What are we doing? Let's see what's going on with this. Happy Lappy could care less, so, you know, keep that in mind. Oh, I see what we're doing. The boomski. There we go. That looked like it was gonna kill our guy, but it didn't. Very nice. Okay, what's with this room? Trying to think about this level real quick. Okay, this thing does that. Okay, that's not it. Now that I've done this, I can put this in here, and that'll blow up that guy. Do that thing. Wait a minute. Now I can go down here. That guy's gonna release the chain chomp! I think. Oh, you're gonna refund it? That's cool, man. Like I said, it's up to you. Okay, good. We got a checkpoint. Jesus. Oh, wow. There's 3 checkpoints here? Wow. Wow. I need to die right here so I can get my, you know, my, thing back. You know, get my time back. I see. So you're trying to get the Pikmin thing. I guess I should put some other channel point rewards between those two. You know, currently the 3 that are available are the big shield surfing one, and also the Pikmin one, which is great. Everyone loves Pikmin. Stop throwing Pikmin at him, says Pyromaster. Oh, and also, I will count that as a life, but, you know, this level doesn't seem to kill you that often. And I'll say, oh, by the way, one more thing. If we time out, like, if we time out on this section here, like, without a checkpoint or anything, it will cost, like, the rest of our lives. That's how it works. Here in, like, you know, in the lightning round, you know. We gotta keep things moving. I say as I was about to do 30 minutes of a thing. Only 30 minutes, though. That's only double what a level would get outside of the lightning round. You know, I think that's fair for a diversion. And also a high channel points one. Let me know if you need a hint. These ones can get difficult. How would you feel if someone randomly threw Pikmin at you? Damaged? Feel like Pikmin would latch to me, and then I would get damaged, and then maybe I would eat. You know, they'd put me into their onion for food. Not dead yet. If you want to give a hint, it's up to you. I am okay with hints. I'm also okay with if anyone has any ideas for this thing. You know, if y'all want to collaborate on this, I am good with that. We need more channel point reward. We need more channel point rewards, I think, because we're gonna get a little tired of just this one forever, aren't we? Yeah, I need to think of some good ones that are new. I'll tell you one that I have. You going straight to the ship for 100 Pokos? Oh no. I suppose I am in an indoor space. I am in an indoor space here. I'll tell you my idea right now for the next channel point thing that's related to the previous one, you know, related to Pikmin. Oh, that kills me if I do that. Okay, cool. Keep a level head. You got this. Thank you. I'll tell you the idea I have, which is that whenever Banjo-Tooie comes out on N64 Online, I want to do, wait, so that is weighing that down. Put that down there? If you want to give a hint, that's fine. Keep a level head. You got this. That's a hint. I don't get it. Level head. Try to, like, make it even? Maybe it's the hint is try to keep it even. Oh! I see. So the chain chomp the spike ball goes through the booze. And not the thing. I see. Maybe like this? Is that good enough? Oh, I thought that was gonna, like, weigh it down, the power. What if I put this here? This here. Oh, I think we got it. There we go. We spent 100 seconds and also another life before we got it, but we got it. I can't believe you did this in 500 seconds. That's amazing. I suppose if you know all the puzzle solutions, it's maybe not that hard. But still impresses the hell out of me. 4 minutes of your record is 4 minutes? God damn. So now a peg I can grab here for some reason. I don't know what I need it for. Oh, maybe like weighing down the thing. And then I can grab this peg. You got very good at speedrunning your levels. Gotcha. You would. A little phlegmy, you know, tonight. You would get good at your levels as you know, practice them and all. Eh? How about I pull this up? No, I can't pull it up. Very interesting spring. Where's the spring? There's a spring? Oh, there's a spring under there. Spring moves back and forth with the on-off, apparently. That means it's in a different position, which means that weighing it down will do something different. I think I soft locked. That's a new soft lock? Well, I think we have to give up, right? I think we have to count that for all of our tries, just because, you know, I can't die, I can't reset. And I'm losing, like, so much progress here. Thank you for the level, that's really good. But... yeah. Oh, the other levels are shorter than this? Tell you what, then. I'll tell you what. I'll do, 2 tries in one of the other levels, okay? We'll do 2 tries in one of the other levels. That sounds good to me. Let's do the one where the guy is the god. Where the mole is a god, which I see now has a clear time of 1 minute. Wish I had thought about the clear times before I fucking played the level. Goes to show you. Goes to show you. I say goes to show you. Goes to show me. Is that loss? I think that's loss. Maybe it's not loss. Maybe it's just a puzzle. Maybe just a funny glitch. Whatever, that's checkpoints. Usually checkpoints would refresh our lives, but that doesn't seem fair in this situation, does it? I don't know. This seems like a fringe case. I think we're in two lives maximum because we started off with this. Is this just demonstrating like various glitchy behaviors? I think so. Just a glitch showcase level. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's some weird stuff here. Okay, what's up with this? I don't want to run into these guys. Oh, that guy's stuck in hell. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay. They're zooming up all over the place. Okay. Okay. These glitches are quite visually something, huh? Also, it killed itself just like, you know. Okay, we'll be careful next time. We'll be careful next time. We'll just jump into the end without doing the whole flagpole finish. Like this. Thank you for the levels. I'm glad I showed you a new soft lock, and also that we could have just played the faster level all along. I'm gonna refund you on that thing, Droop Man. You can keep the thumbnail in your downloaded courses. I'm good. You know what? This is all immortalized on stream right now. It's all immortalized on stream right now. Everyone watching the VOD will see it forever and ever. It was 6K, yes. Corn, I'll tell you, Droop Man, when someone does a channel point thing, it goes into a queue, and I can either mark it as complete or reject it, which refunds the channel points. So don't worry, this is a very normal thing. It's not really much of a trouble at all. I just have to remember. In fact, let me do it right now, so you can have some channel points back and throw some stuff at me. How would you like that? Let's do that like right now. I'm just gonna go into my video producer and refund you so I don't forget. Sometimes I just go in there and just go like, okay, I did all of these, which I am playing as Toadette right now, right? I did that one, right? I didn't forget about that one, did I? Yes, I did not forget about that one. Good. I want to do this right now before I forget. Review request queue. And it's really far down because you threw a lot of Pikmin at me. Where is that? Trying to find it. Here we go. Reject. Perfect. And I'll mark the rest as complete. All the other Pikmin-related ones. And I'll mark that one as complete, too. That one was done. I think the Pikmin ones really don't need to be put into the queue to be completed. Thank you, Happy Lappy. Let me go ahead and hit next. Lord Bowser, you are up. It's been like 3.5 hours. We should start thinking about wrapping up, winding down, about like what the final levels of tonight will be. But let's do another card right now. I was gonna talk about Kakushigoto, which is the next slice of life type thing that I'm watching after Comic Girls to be like. I like a slice of life type show to be like the final thing before I go to sleep because they're like nice and lighthearted, and also there's very little chance of hitting a cliffhanger or something and being like, oh, I gotta watch 2 right now. Very good for like a wind down show, and I'm kind of running short of those, so for the next one I'm going with Kakushigoto, which is a sort of more of a gag anime about a manga artist. He basically draws like a really immature series, it's called Balls of Fury, apparently, and it's sort of like a Mad Magazine type gag manga that he draws, and, you know, it's a bunch of, like, really immature humor for kids to laugh at, and he realizes when he has a daughter, like, oh, I can never let her find out about this. So it's just a bunch of funny jokes and stuff revolving around this manga artist trying to hide his occupation from his daughter, try to make her think that he has a respectable job. Though he does make, like, good money being a manga artist, but, you know, whatever. And it's funny, it's wholesome, it has good comic timing, and it also has bits that are, like, set in the future. Like, set in, like, the future, like, a couple of years later when, like, oh, you know, at the end, the daughter eventually does find out, and it's not a big deal. So you don't have to worry about it being, like, a traumatizing thing. She just doesn't really care that much to find out. He's just really overprotective and weird about it in a way that is funny. It's a nice level, I like it. And I'll say, like, there's some really good jokes in the last couple episodes. I'll tell you what an example of a joke is in Kakushigoto, which, by the way, the pun is like the name is like a Japanese pun of sorts. Basically, Kakushigoto apparently means like a secret, and also, if you break it down, Kaku means to draw. Oh shit, I forgot to ask if you were here. Well, you're good for it either way. Also, you just did an emote before the previous you were good to go either way, I think. Actually, you were good to go, Lord Bowser. Kaku means to draw, and Shigoto means to work, or means like occupation or something. So Kakushigoto is sort of a pun. It means both things: to a drawing job, and also a secret, which it is both things. His secret is that he draws for a living. And it's good and wholesome and funny. And cute. You know, his daughter is just a very cute little girl, and she is just very precocious and fun. There's a good joke in the series, you know, where I'm at, where like there's a couple scenes in a row where he's just running around being like, you know, just saying in passing to various women like, oh, you know, yeah, you know, I try my best as a single dad, but you know, a girl needs a mother. And then immediately, like, each of 3 different women go like, huh, is he hitting on me? And then, he's not. He's just clueless about that. And it's just very funny each time, especially when they all go to the sports festival thing, and they're all just staring at each other being like, why is there 2 other women here? What the hell? And also a high schooler. What the hell happened here? Dude. And he's just like, I don't know. I guess they all wanted to support my daughter. Go figure. She is cute, so yeah, for sure. Isn't that nice? Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit next because that was a maker code. And next up is Droopman. I think we must be nearing the end of cards. And when we see the last card, I'll close the queue. Are y'all phonogenic? Yeah, I'm sort of been thinking about this a little bit because, you know, I mentioned last week, sort of want to look at dating apps again. And I've heard that apparently it's not OkCupid now. It's you know, it's what's it? It's Hinge and like Bumble are the main ones for like serious relationships, not like hookups. I don't think I'm really suited to hookup type things. No, I'm looking for something more cozy and more like you know, more like more cozy, you know? But I was kind of looking through like my selfies. I take a lot of pictures when I like to go outside, but usually I take pictures of like things and things like environments, things that are beautiful. And I don't really like take pictures of myself so often, so it's not quite. It's hard for me to like get a good picture, get a good natural smile. And I know it seems weird because I'm a streamer, and I think, you know, I'm looking at my face right now, and I think, yeah, that looks like a pretty good natural smile. But I tell you, something about taking a still picture, it's just not as natural to me, you know? I sort of have to, like, psych myself up. I have to sort of, like, pretend that I'm, like, talking or saying something funny. You know, I have to be like, oh, I'm thinking about a Norm bit. You know, I'm thinking about a funny thing in a TV show, and I'm trying to elicit a smile that way. You know, or I'll just start, like, trying to, like, say a spiel as I do when I'm on a stream, you know? And trying to elicit a smile that way. And I'll say, like, most of my smiles from, like, the past are, like, the kind where it's like, you know, I'm not really, like, I'm trying to avoiding, like, having my mouth be open. Be like, you know, just sort of like a reserved smile. And very few where it's just, like, wide teeth being showing, because I think in a lot of cases, when it's not natural and it's not like spontaneous, it looks weird. I will show you one selfie I took from a couple years ago when I was in Japan that did end up with a pretty good smile, I think, that's like very like you know, toothy and shit. You know, this is me back in Japan when I was in Japan on vacation for one time for like a week, and you can't really tell just looking at it, but I'm at the Tokyo Tower, I believe. The Tokyo Tower. And in the Tokyo Tower, there's a window on the floor from which you can see, like, the ground. You can look through and see, like, the supports going all the way down to the ground. The Tokyo Tower is, like, the second highest building in Japan, or at least, or in Tokyo. Or it was the highest when it was made, but it's not the highest anymore. That's the Sky Tree, I think. But, what I did when I was there is I laid down on that motherfucking window. I saw a lot of people, you know, going around and taking selfies around it, and I said to myself, like, I want to do something different. So I plopped down and took a selfie, like, entirely horizontal on the goddamn thing, which, I'll tell you, was a bit scary, you know, because through the window, you can see the motherfucking ground like 100 feet down. I don't know how high the Tokyo Tower is. You can see the ground like 1,000,000 miles down, right? However tall it is. You can just see like, oh God, if this window were to break, if like it were to break, I would just go plop. But I laid down on the goddamn thing and took a selfie and just had a, you know, a spontaneous devilish smile as I did so, since I didn't really have time to, like, think it through, because, like, okay, I gotta get my shot and, you know, and get out of here fast. And I'll say, like, everyone else who was taking selfies at the time laughed. Everyone else thought it was very funny. I'm not just saying that. Whoops, that's the wrong one. I'm not just saying that. Everyone legitimately thought it was funny. It did elicit a laugh from the other tourists and, you know, Japanese or otherwise. I think there were, you know, probably other American tourists at the. I don't remember like the composition of tourists at the place, but I bet it was the thing. Did we just do? It's Corn World's time, right? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's Corn time now, and Corn just said yes, so Corn is good. And if I recall the order of my cards, that was the second to last card, by the way, so yeah. Anyway, I went through all my selfies. That one, I would have liked to have that one in there, but you know, it's from like 2018, so it's really too old to be in the lineup, I think. I Googled, and apparently like 3 years is like the recommended thing. Like if it's older than 3 years, you probably shouldn't do it. Which, I mean, I think I kind of look the same as I did then. You know, haircut aside. You know, maybe my psoriasis is a bit worse. Maybe my beard is a bit more filled out. But otherwise, I think I pretty much look the same. A couple more gray hairs, but those don't show up in pictures anyway. You know, I look pretty fucking young, generally. People always say that to me. Like, I heard the other day someone say, like, I heard. Someone in a Discord said, like, oh shit, I thought you would have been, like, 26 from the way you look, not, like, 33. And, like, yeah, you know, I look young for my age. It's just cool. I've always done that. That was part of why I wanted to grow the goatee in the first place, because I figured, like, yeah, facial hair, that'll make me look older. And, kind of worked, once it was, like, full enough to be, like, visible from a distance. Which, I'll tell you, the first time I tried it, it was just, like, scraps. It was just, like, it was not visible, even when it was grown up far enough to be, like, you know, inconvenient. It was just way too thin. And I'm happy that it filled in over time. And the second time I tried it, it pretty much worked, and now it's pretty much really good. I hope. You know, I like it at least. I like having a beard. I like having a goatee. Very fond of it. Anyway, I picked out a couple images for like a profile thing. I'm not going to show them. And also I took one to be like, you know, most relevant. An interesting thing to think about is the last time I tried like dating stuff was like pre-pandemic, which also means it was before I started like getting into coasters and becoming like a theme park person, you know? So that's just like a whole new avenue of like of expression, you know, of like you know, I can put that on a profile. I like roller coasters, I like theme parks. I go to lots of them on the regular, you know, more than most people do, I'm pretty sure. Like, I went to 3 theme parks last year. That's a lot. I'm going to Silver Dollar City this year, and maybe even others, depending on, like, time permitting, you know? I mean, I don't have any solid plans yet, but I would like to go to, as far as, like, trips go, right? I would like to go to Orlando and do, like, the other parks there, other than Universal. And I know that my cousin lives in Orlando, so you know, I can stay with her, and that'll be pretty nice, you know. And she also has like the season pass stuff for the Disney, and maybe she can get me in to those. Like, you know, if she were to, I'm not sure how. I think they get like she gets like guest passes like once a year or something. Maybe we could get like a free day if she hasn't used them this year yet, or whatever year I end up taking her up on that. That sounds really good to me, and also sounds like a way to get in, you know, the parks in that area that I haven't been to for relatively cheap, you know, saving on hotels a little bit. That sounds like a good plan for like a next theme park, and maybe wait on Cedar Point until such time as Top Thrill Dragster is back. Maybe wait until like next year, actually, not like this year. Though I will say, my one thing I want to do next year would be like do like a Japan trip again. So, you know, that would also involve some theme park stuff, because there are some theme parks in Japan I'd like to visit. But, you know, I can go to multiple Universals in a year. There's no rule saying I can't go to Universal Orlando and Universal Japan in the same year. But also maybe I could push that out. I don't know. Thinking about all that stuff, you know, it is indeed a lot of stuff. Alright, oh, I was about to do it the old-fashioned way. I gotta remember, I have buttons for all this stuff now. I just need to hit a button to do next, rather than, type it in. Pyromaster, you are up. And let me do the last card here. Pyro Master was the one who delayed, right? That's good. You are here. Fantastic. Perfect. Let me do the last card of tonight. How do y'all feel about kids? Now, with the dating scene, that's obviously a big question, right? Like, where's everyone standing on that? You know, if you want something that lasts in the long term, you probably want to have, like, a unified front on that, right? Where I stand on it, on the whole kids thing, is that I am simply not sold on them, you know? I know I want a house. I know I want a dog. I don't know about kids. I don't necessarily see the appeal quite, you know? Is it still in the queue? Oh, right, that was Droopman's level, Bowser. I think it was. What the hell is going on here? Oh, more glitches? We got more glitches here? Okay. I would say I'm simply not sold on the idea, you know? Like, I bet they're... What the hell is that? That Goomba came out of the pipe at the wrong angle. Okay. We should be more careful and we won't die, okay? That invisible block got us, but it won't get us again. I think there's a pipe hidden behind this pipe. The pipe that's emitting Goombas like this way. And also it's invisible. I think that's what's going on with that. The hell is... Fuck. God damn it. We're suddenly on our last life here. Maybe we should take the Oh, that was the last try. Thank you for the level. We couldn't get all the way through it, unfortunately, within the constraints of the lightning round, but, you know, like I always say, you feel free to resubmit it, and, you know, all that. Dismiss it? And I'm gonna go to a mini queue, because we are now in final call. Last call for levels, y'all. Last call for levels. Get in any last levels you have. And Pyromaster, feel free to put that one in again. I would love to get a second go on it. Or, you know, whatever level you please. At your discretion. If you don't want to do any level, that's fine too. To buy y'all time to get your levels in, I am going to replay in its entirety my brand new level, which I just uploaded earlier. You know, about an hour ago. Sunburn Sanctuary, bonus biome 1. Let's go ahead and do that. And once this level is completed, I will close the queue, and that'll be that for tonight's levels, and we'll wind down the stream from there. I haven't done that much stuff like this. Yes, that's right, we upload the level at the start of the stream. I haven't done that much stuff like this, where you have to do, like, running across multiple bricks, multiple blocks there, but I thought it'd be interesting to do a little bit in this level, as like a treat. And you can also see it a little bit here in that little formation. Kind of slick, kind of nice and good. So yeah, it's a Link level. A Link level with some bouncy stuff and some angry sun. We're gonna do this by lightning round rules, so you know I still have limited lives. I'm fucking up here. This is not so hard for me. Earlier I did the clear check in one go. Both of them, both like versions of it. And I'll say, for what it's worth, you know, it is possible that after I see some people play it, I might have some revisions to make. But, you know, that's pretty much true of any level. And I feel like it's better to get it out there and see it in action. You know, see some playtests before making additional changes. Rather than just, like, stew on it forever. And, you know, get get like, you know, up in my own head. Let's go get the secret doodad here. And we'll also get the 50. That's why you make the levels in demos, in a demo mode. Right, because you need the feedback. That's right. I just upload them as is, and, you know, if I need feedback, if I end up being like, okay, there's changes to make, just delete it, re-upload, and I'm fine with that. That's how I've kind of always done it. My policy, historically, has been, if I, my policy has been, historically, if I, delete a level, it has to be the most recent level. So I just have to keep them in order, and otherwise I can revise them as much as I like. I will say for the Super World, made a couple of exceptions to that. A couple of levels did get revisions recently, outside of the constraints of, you know, the thing. But, that is a rare exception. I think that level came out super well, and it's just super fun. Oh, and I forgot to refresh my lives when I got the checkpoint. And also, just a little bit of platform level really rounds up the Super World nicely. The Super World didn't have any platform level to this point, and putting in half a platform level, I think, is just the right amount of platform level it needs. Like I've said before, Clobber Carnage is kind of an inspiration, and that level is half a platform level, kind of an untraditional platform level at that, just as is this one, since it's a bouncy platform level, which turned out really damn well. Oh, and you can see in the latest version, in the version that went up, I decided to make the surround the floating barge with with munchers rather than having it be bullet bills like it was in an earlier iteration. Just decided it'd be better if it was scarier, you know, and you couldn't just stand on the bullet bill and just ride it all boring style. I thought that was boring relative to you know, bouncing all the way. I also made the float a little larger than the ones in the overworld to compensate for you know, like the difference in difficulty. All right. Well, I think we got in all the levels we are going to get in for tonight. Let's go ahead and close the queue, which I can do in one press now. You know, it does the UI thing, does the whole, you know, closes the queue in chat and also closes it in the bottom right-hand corner. Very nice and convenient. Also, look at this, I can just reopen it with a single button press. And that also does the thing in chat and reopens it. Next week, I won't show that off. I will just take it as written that y'all know that that's a thing, or you know, are cool with it or whatever. You know, I don't need to show that off every time, but I'm really happy with that. It helps a lot. Lord Bowser is up first. Lord Bowser has been chatting. Very good. It's theater. Hello. I just closed the queue, so you know what? For you, I will open it up for you. Go ahead and get it in. You came at just the right time. And also, I will say, when new viewers come in, usually I do like to open the queue for them, for what it's worth. So, go ahead and get that in. Everyone else be cool. Not that there's anyone else who, you know, everyone else who was here already probably already had a chance to get a level in. And probably already did so, if they were going to. Theater, if you want to do so, go right now. Is it theater? Or the tree? Could be theater without an A. It could be the tree. It's that tree. Not sure. I'll reclose it in a second if theater doesn't act on it. Alright, let's pull this up. Looks like theater's not doing it. Oh well. Hey, you know. Some people, they see the queue is not closed message, and they just pop out, I'm sure. You know, like, oh, that's all I need to know. But, I would be willing. Honestly, if anyone came in right at that second, I would have been willing to reopen it for them, considering that I just closed it 2 seconds ago. You know, that much of being that close to the bell, I'm fine, like, you know, letting in, essentially. And by the way, Theater, if you are listening, if you did see what went on, go ahead and say if you're here, and I can reopen it for you again, temporarily. Just say the word. For such times, by the way, I would prefer it if, like, users who have already gotten a level in refrained from putting in another one. It would be just for the user in question, you know, to get in on it. Well, that's a bad thing, not a good thing. But that pull open. It'd be cool if you could set up settings where, like, oh, you know, here's what I would do if I was making a viewer bot. I would have it so that there was like a, you know, the viewer bots, right? They can probably tell if someone has, they can tell like who's submitted levels before, right? So if someone has never submitted a level before, in that case, I would give them the exception and let them submit in a closed queue. At least I would. That's how I would set it up if it was that simple. Though at some points, I would also need to like push another button to be like, okay, well the queue is really closed now because, or you know, it would need like multiple states, right? It would need like a closed, but but not really, you know, not for new users, versus like just it's entirely closed, which would be like when it's you know, when I'm not streaming Mario Maker. When I'm not streaming Mario Maker, the queue is like for real closed, and you know, I wouldn't open it if someone said, hey, I have a level for you, while I was streaming like I hadn't time. That would be ridiculous. And no one would expect it. Luigi? Okay, you got it. I went into the stream with my throat hurting a little bit, and I'll tell you, we haven't popped any of these loot-ins. Just a little bit of water has been good enough for soothe what aches, you know, which I'm happy about. That seems like a good thing. I don't know. I think you're not really supposed to like depend on those so much, or else you lose the ability to like have a regular throat by getting too dependent on them. You know, so you kind of want to avoid using them whenever it's not 100% necessary. At least that's how I understand it. You'll see Luigi when I die next. If I die in this level, or if I switch to the next level, you'll see your precious Luigi, your mustachioed man, Corn. There we go. Level completed. Refreshing our doodads, our guys, our Mario heads, and hitting complete, and also next. Thank you. Whew. Wait, what am I doing? This isn't the right one. I'm not thinking, that's what I'm doing. We did that last time. I just like, okay, next level. I know, I'm good. I gotcha. I got it. Don't worry. Y'all in chat catching up to me just like not thinking it through. I'm good. Meanwhile, while I'm putting this one in, why don't I pull up one of the things of the docket again. I'll pull up this promo. Again, we're like... Actually, this is really hard to type in the code when this docket is up, because the code is below... You know what? I'll move over here so the code is visible, so I can see it. I didn't think about that when making the docket. Maybe the docket should go over the thing, or maybe I just can't use the docket while entering a code. Or maybe I could just read the code off the fucking chat rather than you reading it off the UI off the preview monitor. That would work too. 21 followers away from that. That's like doable. That's like, you know, that's maybe, you know, that's coming up relatively quick. I think that'll be fun. If other games were to be added to it, I don't know which ones. Maybe like other GBA games from Rareware. Like I've never played Saberwolf. I guess the thing is I've never played a lot of those games. Banjo Pilot. That'd be an interesting one. I don't know though. 7 is a good number. And also 3 Banjo games, 3 DKC games, and 1 Oddball. That seems like the perfect combination of things to me. This is the level, yeah? Oh, also, you know what? I didn't wait for BMX to, like, say anything. I don't see BMX in chat. Let me go ahead and, But also, I did not, say the thing. I didn't say the thing. So let me just, pop that down to 1. And, at BMX real fast. BMT, I'm sorry. BMX is bicycles. You are up. Okay, BMX, please confirm. Hello, Trebucket. How's it going? How's it going, Trebucket? Let me pull up the panel again. You know what? I'll give BMT a chance to do a confirm. There you are. There you are. Good. Okay. I was gonna pull up a thing install for time, but that's no longer necessary. Also, I did die once, so we're going from 4. Playing more Tears of the Kingdom. That's fantastic. We're wrapping up here, but we got a couple more levels left. Need more speed. Need more speed into that business. Need to like pull back. And what? So you can't double jump on the shell, but you also have to like gain up enough horizontal speed to like take it really well. Okay, there we go. That's what we need to do. Okay. I feel like we kind of. All right, that's a checkpoint. That refreshes our lives. Perfect. Okay. That was so close. What the fuck? Here we go. That's what we need to do. And also checkpoint? No checkpoint. I thought there would be a checkpoint after the doorway. But there was none, so I guess maybe not as big a deal that we died right there. That was a perfectly fine place to die. Whew. Just use the coins as a guide. Good. It's all very intuitive. And, well-timed. And by the way, that refreshes our guys. And then I died, so back down to 4. It's all very intuitive, very well-timed, and I like how it uses, like, you know, the same elements kind of over and over again. It means that you sort of get used to them. Holy Lord. Well, that's... Well, that wasn't so bad. What the fuck? I didn't need that thing at all. I guess that was for the 30 coin. I like that Babam was a lot. That was a really cool. That was a really cool like thing you had to do. Very cool level BMT. Liked it a lot. Go ahead and refresh our guys for the next person and get that sorted out. Go ahead and do complete and next? Corn. Corn is up next. Corn, go ahead and confirm. You're the one who caught that I nearly went to the next level from Lord Bowser back there, so... And yeah, indeed, you have just confirmed that you are here. Fantastic. Phenomenal. All that. I appreciate you being here and giving me these fine levels. Even if I played them before, I don't mind. I enjoy playing them again. Wait, I put them in wrong. That's a 5, not a 4. How far are you in Tears of the Kingdom, Trebucket? Honestly, if everyone here, everyone who's playing Tears of the Kingdom, tell me how far you are in chat. I think Trebucket is doing some Goron stuff right now. You're like on your second dungeon. You got the help you need for the firebark thing? That's great, Bowser. I'm curious. I'm like at the end game, but also there's so much I don't understand and so much to explore. I might as well not be. You're on your third main area? You guessed perfectly except your third. Gotcha. Okay, so you've done. Did you do Zora? I think you've done. Which are the other two that you did? Oh, that's a cool secret. You did Rito and Zora. I sort of suspected that. I wonder how many people start with Gerudo. Probably very, very few. I have a hard area to, like, you know, figure out how to get into, I guess. You know, considering that, you know, with the original Tears of the original Breath of the Wild, I mean. You had the whole, like, oh, figure out how to get into the village itself before you could even start the thing. And, it's different in this game, but I'm not gonna say how. I'm sure, like, that probably intimidates a lot of people going like, well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a whole thing again, right? But, the other ones are just gonna be normal. I'm just gonna walk up and be like, hey, here I am. Let's go. I bet that's why people tend to, at least in my experience, and, you know, I'll say I was that way as well. That was my last one, too. Tend to put that one off until last. I'll tell you, that game, it's hard to imagine a game coming out that'll be beating it for Game of the Year. But, you know, hey, I'm sure a lot of people said that about Breath of the Wild, and I might have even said it about Breath of the Wild, but I ended up on Odyssey as my #1. Considering that, and if something Odyssey tier were to come out, you know, something that takes my slot for Game of the everything, you know, is my new favorite game ever. And hell, if the Odyssey team was making a Donkey Kong Country type game that was like 3D and was really good and felt really rad, maybe that would be cool. Maybe that would be it. Thank you, Droop. I'll see you later. You have a good one. Pyromaster, you are the last one. Like, if the DKC game that they're making is a 3D game that's as good as good as Odyssey, right? Which is, by the way, one of my favorite games of all time, like tied for DKC 2, but is also loaded with DKC flavor, DKC enemies, barrel cannon stuff. Man, the fantasy game of like, oh, the Odyssey team go ahead and make a DKC 3D platformer that's just like a Odyssey again, but with Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong trappings, and, you know, works like the Banjo thing again with stay in the world, you know, when you collect something. And it was like phenomenal. You know, like, if we're just imagining like a game that could be like the best game of all time for me, right? Someone whose top 2 is Odyssey and Donkey Kong Country 2. Put them together. And maybe that would take the #1 slot with a bullet, you know. If it was like perfect, which, you know, I don't know. That seems, hey, BMT, we're shutting down. We're wrapping up right now. But, yeah, I don't know. Yay! Where's the pipe that leads you to places? Careless, I'm sorry. We gotta be careful here. We only have 4 tries, and I do want to see all the stuff this level. God dang! I died that way last time. I really need to learn. Okay, let's see. What's down the pipe? What? Oh, fuck. Stop falling for the Kaizo blocks? I know, right? Yeah, something's not right here. Luigi. He's just a mole person now. I need someone to walk over me so I can jump out of it. I need someone to walk over me so I can jump up and surprise them. I think that's just a death. There we go. Okay, so God, I know you said not to stop falling for it, but I am just really forgetful. I mean, all these pipes look the same. All these pipes kind of look the same, so it's hard to remember which one is which. You know? I'm trying, man. There's a star. There's usually a star right here. What? I knew that was there. I just forgot it was invisible. I thought it was gonna I thought it was gonna fall. Oh my god. Charlie Day could not do it. Not today. Not tonight. Well. Folks, I think that's the last level of tonight. Thanks for coming and hanging out, and crap. Hope you enjoyed the viewer levels and all. I think I had a great night. And again, I'll pull this up real fast. Check out the new level. My maker code's always in the bottom left during these streams, so you can always punch that in, but there's the code of the level itself, the new level. I think it came out very well, and I hope y'all enjoy playing it yourself. The first level of the 8th world, which I am viewing as sort of like it's called bonus biome, so it's a bonus world. It's like the Lost World in a DKZ game. It's literally a bonus biome, a bonus world, and the levels will be a bit difficult, I guess, but you know, they don't have to be. I guess I don't know where I'm really shooting for necessarily, but they might be. They might be. Anyway, let me go ahead and pull up the old schedule. Pull up the old streaming schedule. The next stream will be next Monday at 8 p.m. Central, replaying A Hat in Time. Then there'll be a Thursday stream of Majora's Mask Randomizer with the Blitz set up next Thursday. That's a variety night, could be anything. This next Thursday it'll be Majora's Mask. And then if you're looking for viewer levels, they're on Fridays. Alright folks, I'm gonna go do the raid. I'm gonna do the raid on Team Kayla, who is doing a summer party of sorts. She is a school teacher and she's just off for the summer, I think. So she's doing some sort of start of the summer type party deal. Big stream. So I'm gonna send y'all her away. She is cool. I'll see y'all next time on Monday, 8 p.m. Central for A Hat in Time. Y'all have a good weekend, okay? Bye, folks. Oh shit, I gotta get up the thing where I can end stream. Okay, I'm ready to go. Bye. I'm sending you off now, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Raid away. End stream.